Okay. Good morning, everyone. Once again, apologies for the delay. We are finally up and running. My name is Sigcino Gubega with the Nelson Mandela Foundation. I am an analyst in the Mandela Day and Outreach Department. It's been a long time coming, planning for this event. A lot of work has gone into it. Some of you guys have been involved. Some of you have heard about it. And finally, we actually get the chance to come together today and have, constructive discussions around the work that we've been doing in partnership with Old Mutual and the Nelson Mandela University, who are hosting us today. So without further ado, I'd like to call to the stage Mr. Bruce Damons, who is the engagement officer with the Nelson Mandela University.
Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. We're here discussing important global issues. The fate of 60 billion people are resting on this conversation and we're not excited. So very warm welcome to all of you on behalf of Old Mutual, the Nelson Mandela Foundation and Nelson Mandela University for a two-day critical reflection on the impact of climate change on food security. Very important conversations we're having. But I first want to welcome you to the global ecosystem. Welcome to planet Earth, 8 billion people. Majority of them precarious. Welcome to the African continent, this beautiful continent of 1.4 billion people. Many of them precarious. Welcome to South Africa, beautiful country, more than 60 million people, most of them precarious. Welcome to the Eastern Cape province. I couldn't do Google to get the numbers before, so please forgive me for not having the Eastern Cape numbers. I was a bit slow in Googling. Where most of the citizens in this province are precarious. Welcome to Kabega. Kabega. Yeah. Wonderful. Yeah, say it. As long as you know where you are. As long as you know where you are. Kabega. And in particular, welcome on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sibongile Mutua, to Nelson Mandela University, which comprises of an ecosystem of more than 30,000 students, more than 2,000 staff members, 7 faculties, 13 engagement entities, 22 research entities, 379 programs across 7 beautiful campuses. One of our campuses, Mission Vale, has the 10th medical school in South Africa, located in a socio-economic marginalized community. And we are extremely proud that we are taking the posture of our namesake, of being in service to society. I would in particular like to welcome the following stakeholders that will form part of this seminar. Stakeholders that represent geographic spaces in Kabega and stakeholders with who we work, where we find precarious communities. In particular, and when I call out your stakeholder group, please wave so that people see I'm not blowing vocabulary happening in those spaces than just a menu. And what is the impact of climate change in those intellectual spaces of the community? We have our colleagues from the Zwedi Development Forum and the Water Crisis Committee in KwaNobuhle. And then we have our fantastic group of unemployed TVET graduates that's making a significant impact, Green Tech, the company Green Tech. From civil society, we have the Nelson Mandela Foundation. And I might get a few things wrong moving forward now. Please forgive me. We must be very generous in our critical engagement as we try to make sense of complexity. We have business and social enterprise, Old Mutual. And thank you so much, Old Mutual, for tackling the project in this way. Very few companies want to think critically, get their hands dirty in the mud. And thank you that you were agile through the foundation in helping us shape what we think is a fantastic project and that can have a meaningful impact. We have to recognize your sponsors, colleagues, well, eh? So don't feel bad, the rest of you, if the depth is not as deep as I'm recognizing now. We have ShopRite that will join us virtually. You can applause for ShopRite, colleagues. In this space, there's no business competition. Eh? Capital takes a back seat. Society takes a front seat. When we leave, we can fight again over profit margins. Here, it's about communities. We have higher education, Nelson Mandela University as the hosting institution. I'm sad to see my colleagues not waving here, as if you're ashamed of our institution. We have government and government bodies from the United Nations and from our national government, representing various sectors in our national government. Could you wave, please? Don't be shy, colleagues. Even at these elections, please wave. We must stand proud as a nation as well, okay? We need to serve our people well. Then we have, and I mentioned the National Planning Commission, I mentioned the United Nations. We also want to recognize Kuseni Water from the social enterprise section. Kuseni, Murendi. Agri-growth and MPC. Authentic Roots, Western Cape Garden, agriculture, and then we have an economist, agricultural economist as well amongst us, and yeah, and so I think this critical conversation takes place on this planet where we are feeling tremendous pain at the moment with what's happening across the globe. We think in places like Gaza, we think of our own continent where we have low-scale genocide happening at the moment, and food has become a real issue. And truly understanding the impact of the ecosystem on food security is becoming essential, but understanding it in different creative ways. And so, as I conclude, so that's a new trick I've learned. You say conclude, and you say conclude 5 times. It gives you about 10 minutes for conclusion. Thank you, Andis, for 1 minute. I was in Nigeria 2 weeks ago, and I'll use the advice I got from the Uber driver when he heard I was an academic. He said, "You academics like to blow grammar." And he says, you talk a lot, but we don't feel. You have such fantastic, and he called it blowing grammar. And so I want to advise us for the next 2 days that beyond sharing critically, what would be more important is the plan of action. Tangible plans of action informed by critical conversation, discourse, dissent in view. We can disagree in love. You don't have to agree with everything you hear. You can be robust. I think our generation, when people look back at our generation, what will we be known as? The people that blow grammar, or the people that had decided to take that grammar and convert it into real critical action, where the outcome of that action is felt in the most remotest part of the planet, of this continent, of our country, of our province, and of our city. So with that, please feel welcome, enjoy your stay, and please speak to any of our colleagues from the university if we could offer any services to you during your stay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damons, for that very warm welcome. Towards the end of your words, I'm just quickly reminded that one of the challenges that we face whenever we have these conversations, because generally, as a general principle, we try to make them as inclusive and as accessible as possible. Therefore, inviting participation from different members of society. And one of the issues that we almost always face is the accessibility of language, the language that we use when we're having these sessions. Because, I mean, it makes sense because you have academics in the room who use a particular, sort of conceptual and theoretical framework when they're doing these studies. And then you have business in the room who also have their own frameworks and they use these concepts whenever they speak. And sometimes it becomes a bit difficult for these to make sense for everyone that's in the room. So I'm hoping that this event is not going to do so bad on that. It might happen. If it does, please forgive us. I can assure you that that is not at all our intention. What we are hoping for is for the information that is going to be shared on this platform to be as accessible as possible. Before I call up to the stage Mr. Brooks, who is the Mandela Day HOD, I would just like to quickly go through some housekeeping. Please ensure that your phones are either off or on silent so that they do not disturb the session. Please note that there is no eating allowed in the venue. There's actually notes on that. And I mean, I'm pretty sure that we've been to enough auditoriums anyway to know that these are always the rules. And then should you need to use the bathroom, it's outside to my right. I was also told that the Wi-Fi password is working. So if you need to connect to Wi-Fi, you can have a look at that paper on the wall and then you can connect. And finally, should you wish to invite your peers, your friends, your colleagues to join our live stream, you can go on the Nelson Mandela Foundation Twitter page. The link to the live stream has been posted there. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now call Mr. Gashwell Brooks to give us the objective of the seminar.
Good morning, everyone. Number one, I just want to say thank you for your patience this morning in making sure that obviously we can reach everyone through streaming. And then we've managed to start, and I'll try to, by all means, stick to my allotted 10 minutes. First and foremost, thank you to Dr. Bruce Darmans, as always. Challenging thought, challenging what we are here for and what it is that we hope to achieve. And then I'll give you a bit of a context in terms of where all of this comes from and what it is that we are actually hoping to achieve. And I think that I'll take the cue from Dr. Darmans on two levels. Number one, that yes, this is not just a talk shop, that the aim is that something comes out of this. That all of us in our different spaces that we occupy actually do something out of this. But before I even start that, you saw I brought my water bottle up. I'm not one of those people that perpetually drink while speaking. And I'm talking about drinking water while speaking. I brought this up because I wanted to share, this is how we are dispensing water. So as you can see, it's a reusable water bottle. So once you finish, you just fill it up again with more water. And I think there will be stations outside where you can refill. And the reason for that is how many times haven't we had these discussions around climate change, about the environment and everything else related, and yet we're sitting there with plastic water bottles that are probably going to end up in a landfill and make the situation worse. So we thought that we need to walk the talk, so to speak, and that we actually need to provide you with reusable water bottles. So the nice thing is you can use it in the office, the classroom, the lecture room, the wherever after the fact. And I think for me that's a major benefit. But getting back on point in terms of where all of this comes from. The Nelson Mandela Foundation and Old Mutual partnered up, and that was during 2023. And there were two major objectives that we tried to achieve. Doing the work on the ground in terms of what it is that our focus was as the Nelson Mandela Foundation, in particular as Mandela Day and Outreach as the program that I had up. And my two colleagues are here, of course, Stino, our program director today, and Nomahlozi, very busy making sure that things are happening in this space. That is the Mandela Day team at the Nelson Mandela Foundation. And our approach was that we looked at two key issues that, albeit it seems that they're two different issues, but they actually intersect, and they are problems that don't only coexist, but the one leads to the other. And that is the issue of climate and the impact it then has on food security. If it doesn't rain, or if it rains too much, you're unable to grow food. That is, for me, the simplest way of explaining it. Because either, everything gets flooded and washed away, alternatively, it just can't grow because there's not enough water. And the key question is, how do we have an impact on this? And yes, it is key and it's important, and part of the approach for Mandela Day this year is to lobby and to speak to the various entities around the impact, especially around food security for this year. But the key thing is, beyond talking to government and various bodies, the one thing that we do have to do is that as communities, and everyone sitting here and representing the various organizations or backgrounds that you are representing, is that we have to actually practically do something about it. Because if we keep on talking, if we keep on blowing vocabulary, as you had highlighted, nothing is going to happen, nothing is going to change. So Old Mutual, in their generosity, assisted us in being able to roll out food gardens at 10 ECD centers across this country. 5 in Limpopo, 3 here in the Eastern Cape, 1 in KwaZulu-Natal, and 1 in Gauteng. And the key reason why I'm so excited about that project in particular is that you are able to not only provide an ECD center with food that they can grow, and in turn feed the young people that are attending the ECD center, but these kids are able to learn where food actually comes from. And yes, I think for the vast majority of people in this room right now, you'll talk about how, and it's something I grew up with, and it's weird when I go back home, I don't see it as much anymore, but it was almost stock standard that if you go to a township, there was going to be a veggie garden in a garden, in that little yard that people have. You would see the millies growing, you would see some veggies growing, and you're not seeing that very much anymore, at least from my anecdotal experience. And it's easy then to assume that your food either comes from the vendor on the side of the street, or alternatively the supermarket or the store or the whatever you go and buy it. And I think it's key and essential that we can teach kids that, listen, you can actually grow your own food, that you don't have to only buy from a store. The second element is, what happens to the excess stuff, the extra food that has been grown? That can be sold back into the community, which means that there is extra income for that ECD center. And with it, you can then grow this even further. Those children become ambassadors for what it is that we're trying to achieve, because they can go home and say, listen, Gogo, Mommy, Daddy, whoever, that we're growing tomatoes at school, so we can try to do the same thing at home. And this is how you go about doing the process. So that for me was the key thing. Apart from that, obviously a lot of other things happened at those ECD centers. We planted trees because yes, we as communities need to do something about the impact of climate change, and carbon sequestration is a great point. And apart from that, the kids have shade to play under now. Because some of the villages that Kaya and I visited in Limpopo are in some of the greenest, luscious parts of the country, but there's not a single tree in sight. So now they're going to have that. And then the last element that stood out for me, which was really important about this particular project, is to give people a sense of agency, that they're part of solving the problem, that they're not waiting for someone or that someone can promise them, or make broken promises, for lack of a better term, that they're doing things for themselves. So that for me was the key part. So that's the one element of it. The other element was that we do climate research. And I'm going to ask you just to hand me that little booklet in front of you. I'm sorry, I meant to grab it. You will see this probably on your, I hope that wherever you're sitting, you have a copy of this. If not, there are a couple of copies floating around. This is a summary of a report that we did. So Old Mutual, again, in its generosity, then said to us, listen, let's do actual research. Get a climate expert so we can see what it is that we are doing here. That the Nelson Mandela Foundation is in a position to be an institution that can actually make sense of all of this stuff. And so we took on the challenge, and we approached Nelson Mandela University, and Dr. Bruce Diamonds and his colleagues were kind enough to say we have the intellectual resources available to be able to provide you with this research. And then part 3 of this project is what we are doing here today. We are not here to, again, and I'll quote you again, we're not here to blow vocabulary. We're not here to speak big English and impress each other. We've had enough of that. One of the key things that came out of our discussion and planning around this is that this needs to make sense to everyone. And that is why we have brought together this wide group of people representing business, academia, civil society, ordinary communities, the international community. We've brought them all together, and the partners that we have worked with. So we can all sit down and say, but this is what we have done, and this is what's actually possible. What is it that we can take from this discussion and actually go out and implement to have the necessary impact? And it's truly my desire and my hope. And we know that we are constrained by things like funding and planning and all of those other things. But it's my honest hope that no matter who leads this, that something comes out of this that is practicable and that people can actually benefit from. Because I think the one thing that stands out for me, I had a conversation with one of our panelists, and I apologize preemptively already. I apologize preemptively. We got your name wrong as well as where you're from. But we will correct it. We will correct it. You know, you have your job cut out for yourself. But we had a long conversation, and to put it bluntly, we're in trouble. We are in trouble no matter how we look at it. When it comes to water in particular, we're in serious trouble, and something needs to be done. So the hope is that we come out of that, and that we actually walk away from this venue with those particular solutions in place, albeit something that we can take to the people who are in charge and be able to do this. So I hope I've set a decent context in terms of where this comes from, what it is that we hope to achieve, why we are talking to each other today. And the most important thing for me is we have the right people in the room. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Brooks. As Dr. Diamonds did say, that we live in a, he mentioned the different people that are existing precariously in the world that we live in today. We have a lot of problems. As Kashwal says, we're in trouble. And as a result, everyone is just scrambling, trying to figure out what it is that they can do to solve some of these problems. And in many instances, there's not good enough coordination. Things fall through the cracks, and as a result, it becomes very difficult to actually see the impact and to be able to measure it and decide whether we are on the right path or not. So what then becomes interesting, considering that Old Mutual has become, has been so involved with us in partnership, being very present in, the planning sessions as we co-created this, and also with funding, which is a very important element. I am now going to call to stage Mr. Jaco Ramahali, who is then going to give us a sort of insight, the rationale behind Old Mutual and the reason why Old Mutual felt that it's actually important to participate in these types of conversations and make sure that we are going to be doing something impactful. Thank you.
I have a challenge. The mic first. First challenge. I'll fix that. Now, gosh, you challenged me to bring my water bottle too. My intention was to, open with that line, but it's gone. So now I have to figure a new one. All right. Let me just, okay. All right. We spoke about, Dr. Bruce, you spoke about the fancy language. And Gash, you spoke about action, practical action. We can and we will. Our thoughts, our emotions, and practical action is what we need. Allow me to begin my speech with a famous quote about music. Music is the universal language of mankind, right? Indeed, music is something that unites all human beings. It has a direct connection with our thoughts and emotions. We can and we will. Thoughts, emotions, and action. There is a song by Sankomoda. The facilitator said, we have a challenge of making sure that when we communicate, we leave out those that are in our communities. How best is it then to connect with music? Sankomoda, I think the song was around 1987. Help me out, doctor. 1987, eh? Help me out here. The song is titled Now or Never. Now or Never. The song goes like this. You said I must sing it, Kaya? You said I must sing it. I will not sing it. But I will tell you the key insights of the song. It goes like this. Uphutile matsoho. Ushebile ha re sebetsa. Translated, some of others, some, not all, are watching on as we, you, us, those we represent, are rolling up our sleeves to do practical action. Today is not about music, is it? Chair, ho-hang. Translated, no, not at all. According to the World Bank, as early as 2030, that is 6 years from now, right? 2024, 6 years to 2030. An estimated 43 million people in Africa alone could fall below the poverty line. That is the impact of climate change on food insecurity. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, it is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today in the Climate Change Seminar, a platform that underscores the impact of climate change on food insecurity. I extend my deepest gratitude to the Nelson Mandela University as well as the Nelson Mandela Foundation for their consistent, unwavering commitment to fostering dialogue and practical action in this important subject. We will, our thoughts, emotions, and actions. I am proud to represent Old Mutual today, an organization that is devoted to championing mutually positive futures on a daily basis. At Old Mutual, we recognize the importance and value of partnering with stakeholders and to be resourceful to promote good change, because we understand how critical the climate situation is. We at Old Mutual firmly believe that lasting solutions to complex challenges like climate change require collaboration. This seminar exemplifies the importance of bringing together a diverse group of stakeholders, researchers, policymakers, community leaders, as well as businesses like Old Mutual. We can develop effective and practical actions to guarantee food security in a changing climate in our lifetime. To this end, through the Old Mutual Foundation, we have already partnered with the Nelson Mandela Foundation, and as Gash has mentioned, we have planted 10 ECDs. We have planted trees in 10 ECDs across the country. This we did to empower our communities with growing their own food and for them to learn to be resourceful in the communities. We have twice partnered with the Nelson Mandela Foundation as they delivered their annual lecture, the common theme being climate change as it impacts food insecurity. I am here today to underscore our immediate collective responsibility. Through the triple P approach, that is public-private partnership, we will collaborate, we will innovate, and we have made significant strides in advancing sustainability and responsible investing. Allow me to highlight some of our key initiatives. We will, thoughts, emotions, and actions. We have joined esteemed alliances such as the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance and the Net Zero Asset Managers Initiative. These partnerships demonstrate our commitment to matching our investment strategies to the objective of achieving zero emissions. Furthermore, I am pleased to announce that Old Mutual has maintained a commendable B score for the CDP 2021. This recognition reflects our steadfast dedication to transparency and accountability in our environmental disclosures. In addition, we have taken concrete steps to integrate environmental, social, and governance, ECG, considerations into our investment decisions. We recently launched the Global Equity ESG Fund, a testament to our commitment to driving positive environmental and social impact through our investment solutions. We will, thoughts, emotions, and action. Our efforts have not gone unnoticed. Old Mutual has been honored with high status accolades, including the CFI Best Responsible Investor Africa and the European Banker Best Responsible Investor Africa Awards. Locally, eMzansi, we are proud recipients of the 27-4 Award for Sustainability, which reaffirms our commitment to driving meaningful change in our communities. Moreover, we have developed an asset owner responsible investment policy, which guides our investment practices to ensure they align with our sustainability objectives. In conclusion, I stand before you today with optimism and grit. While the challenges presented by climate change are enormous, so too are the opportunities for innovation and collaboration. We can and we will. Heat waves, droughts, and floods are but a few examples of extreme weather. One of my cherished quotes is, "The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now." This quote demonstrates the importance of seizing opportunities and taking action in the present moment. Let us command this moment to reaffirm our commitment to building a more sustainable and resilient future. Let us accelerate our efforts in addressing the impact of climate change on food insecurity. I started my speech with music. Should I end with music? Oh yeah, in the words of the talented Michael Jackson, let us heal the world. Let us make this planet a better place for all. We can, we will, our thoughts, our emotions require practical action. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Jaco. So, in our meetings planning this, he was actually very strict and very deliberate in making sure that we do not mispronounce his name. So, anyone who saw on the program, I'm pretty sure you might have also fallen into the trap of calling him Iaku. He does not like that at all. So thank you very much for that. So unfortunately, our representative Nelson Mufu from the United Nations could not come and join us today in person due to other commitments. But I would like to explicitly state that we actually have a very good working relationship with him and the United Nations. So don't take the actual physical absence as a snub um, on the foundation. It's not. We are good. All is well. Um, but one other point that I would like to highlight with this event and everything that we're doing is that we are in the business of sustainable work. We know that it's very easy to just come and do a quick fix of things. Maybe some of them do matter for a certain period of time. It varies from initiative to initiative. But what we are trying to do is that we are trying to do sustainable work. And in doing so, we are also trying to link the work that we do to the Sustainable Development Goals, which is a very, very important sort of thing for us to ensure that we remind people all the time of the Sustainable Development Goals, the importance of the Sustainable Development Goals, and also our target. And it sounds like the work that we are discussing, or the work that we are doing, does not sort of have your immediate and very, very clear presence. Like it's different, and I'm not saying that this is not important, but it's different when you go into communities and you hand out food parcels and all of that in certain times. That is very much appreciated, but there's also the work of doing sustainable work so that you don't always have to go to communities and hand out food. They can be able to provide for themselves. So that's the kind of sort of activism and participation that we are encouraging. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to play a video that was made by the UN Resident Coordinator, Mr. Nelson Mufu. Even though he could not join us today, he did take some time to make this video, and for that we are very grateful.
Dear friends from the Nelson Mandela Foundation and the Nelson Mandela University, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to join you this morning for the timely seminar on climate change and food insecurity. Let me start actually by saying greetings from the United Nations family here in South Africa. Unfortunately, I'm not able to be with you in person, but I'm certainly happy to provide this video framing message on a topic that is so important to the world and to South Africa today. It showcases how many of the challenges we're facing are interlinked, and as such, cannot be solved in isolation, but by working together, whole of society, whole of economy. The topic we're considering this morning really relates to the Sustainable Development Goals, and several of them are relevant here, and we cannot achieve one without achieving the others. Take, for example, Goal 2 on zero hunger and Goal 13 on climate action. These are very relevant to all the other SDGs, especially life on Earth, life below water, how we produce, consume, and how we live in sustainable cities, and how much energy and the type of energy we use as well is really important, and how we grow our food. So it's really consequential that we think about how the interconnection between the goals are to be advanced. We look at how children who suffer from hunger cannot study effectively. They can be stunted and often abandoned on their way to school or cannot go to school. Therefore, it is important that as we look at addressing issues of nutrition, world hunger, how we feed children, how we feed ourselves, how we grow food, how we trade food, that we think about the importance of the opportunities we provide to people, but also social cohesion and how we work towards fostering peace, prosperity, and justice, how we live with the planet and how we live with one another. Climate change definitely has a huge impact on food security, because food systems and the land issues related to that rely on natural resources that are extremely vulnerable to the rapidly changing conditions of the climate and around us. Therefore, while it's true that moderate increases in temperature and carbon dioxide levels may enhance crop yields in specific regions, these benefits are contingent upon various factors, including nutrient levels, soil moisture, and water availability. However, the frequency and severity of extreme weather events, such as droughts and floods, are becoming increasingly unpredictable and damaging to climate change. In our sub-region, the effects of El Nino are still unfolding, and we will come back to that in another part of this statement. These events pose significant challenges for farmers and threaten both food security and safety, as droughts lead to crop failures and water shortages, while floods destroy crops, infrastructure, and livelihoods. Moreover, fluctuations in weather patterns disrupt traditional farming practices and exacerbate existing vulnerabilities within agricultural systems. The interlinkages, therefore, between climate change and food insecurity are significant and complex, with impacts at national and subnational levels, and as I mentioned earlier, even at global and regional level. In view of such disasters, both natural and man-made, it is imperative that the country and the region and the continent invest in early warning systems and associated anticipatory action to minimize impacts, build resilience, and protect lives. This is the only way to ensure no one is left behind. The Food and Agriculture Organization has recently released a report on the impact of disasters on agriculture and food security. Working with the World Food Programme and even OCHA, a sub-regional assessment has also been rolled out with regards to the impacts of El Nino. All of these assessments and reports note that disasters are producing unprecedented levels of damage and loss in agriculture around the world, affecting the functioning and sustainability of agricultural production and threatening the livelihoods of millions of people relying on agricultural food systems. These impacts are amplified by underlying factors and vulnerabilities created by social conditions such as global pandemics and conflict situations. To address these complex and interrelated challenges, new approaches to risk reduction and response mechanisms are required. Just last month, my boss, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, addressed the UN Security Council meeting, stating that climate and conflict are two leading drivers of our global food crisis. Empty bellies fuel unrest. Conflict can easily be sparked where tensions are high, institutions are weak, and people are marginalized. Where wars rage, hunger reigns, whether due to displacement of people, destruction of agriculture, damage to infrastructure, or deliberate policies of denial. In Africa, an estimated 58 million people are facing food insecurity, while almost 18.6 million children are stunted. And in our sub-region, the Southern Africa region, the challenge of food insecurity is served with a harsh reality where 1 in 5 people face hunger, a rate more than double the global average. 1 in 5 people facing hunger. South Africa has its own challenges regarding the country's food system, with about 20% of households facing food insecurity, according to the recent census results. South Africa is particularly vulnerable to climate change because of its high dependence on climate-sensitive economic sectors and agriculture. The recent floods that devastated KZN and the Eastern Cape serve again as a stark reminder of the interconnectedness between climate and agriculture and livelihoods. Most pressing question is, how do we change this? What do we do about this? With less than 6 years left to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, we really have no choice but to course correct and embrace a paradigm shift and collectively embark on a journey towards an inclusive, equitable, healthy, sustainable, and resilient future, leaving no one behind. We must therefore blend together, work across sectors, across the economy, across society, and draw interlinkages across policy, knowledge, innovation, finance, climate action, education, and decent work, market systems, trading approaches, and elements to create solutions that are comprehensive and sustainable, whilst also recognizing that there's no one size that fits all. In the South African context, for example, advancing without addressing the vexed issue of land reforms and land redistribution cannot address this problem. At the United Nations Secretary General and Member States also convened the Food Systems Summit. First summit and then a reoccurrence 2 years after. And during this summit, the Secretary General again said, broken food systems are not inevitable. They are the result of choices we have made. There is more than enough food in the world to go around, more than enough money to fund efficient and sustainable food systems to feed the world, while supporting decent work for those who grow the food we eat. Thus, this pertinent statement from the Secretary General implies that as much as our choices have resulted in insufficient food systems, we can decide, and we must decide otherwise. The government of South Africa and partners are committed to addressing these challenges. For example, through the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan that aims to develop a globally competitive agriculture and agro-processing sector, support market-oriented and inclusive production in rural economies, ensure food security, and create employment and entrepreneurship. That is why the UN is very happy to be supporting the government in efforts through our Rome-based agencies, including the World Food Programme, Food and Agriculture Organization, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, and expanding this group to include UN Women, UNDP, UNICEF, and others who also have a part to play in this regard. We are acting in a coordinated fashion in enhancing food security, rural investment, sustainable agriculture, all leading to improved livelihoods, enhancing the lot of small farmers, smallholder and rural farmers, women farmers, young people and entrepreneurs who will embrace a resilient approach and a value chain that is strengthened, and thereby extending nutrition programs and providing livelihood training, especially, like I said, to vulnerable women and young people, so that entrepreneurship capacity is reinforced. It is imperative that we prioritize resilient building measures within agricultural communities and involve stakeholders from these communities in the decision-making processes as we move forward. This involves investing in climate-smart agricultural practices, such as drought-resistant crop varieties and soil conservation techniques. Fellow participants, an example I would like to point to is the fact that we need to look at returning to the cultivation of millet crops, as they hold significant importance due to their unparalleled nutritional value and resilience, and how all of this comes together to help us fight climate change. And because of this, millets are vital in combating malnutrition and contributes to sustainable agricultural practices. Transitioning to renewable energy sources such as solar and wind power and improving energy efficiency enhances energy security and resilience. Supporting smallholder farmers in adopting these sustainable farming techniques is crucial for enhancing their resilience to climate change impacts. By addressing the root causes of climate change and building adaptive capacity within the agricultural sector, we can mitigate the impacts of extreme weather events and safeguard food security for future generations. That is why it is important that we implement all of these measures so that we can pave the way towards a more sustainable and resilient future for agriculture and food systems worldwide. Agriculture and food systems worldwide that are resilient to the impacts of climate change. What I therefore urge all of you to do is to join us so that collectively we can play our part, from academia to civil society to the private sector to traditional leaders, smallholder farmers, women and young people, strengthening the partnerships that we have and collectively mobilize intentionally our efforts so that we can truly transition and embrace this paradigm shift towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. We salute you, we see you, we need you, we're ready to work with all of you. And I therefore wish you a successful seminar with fruitful discussions and outcomes that will pave the way and rally others around this crucial effort for people and planet and ensuring that food security or insecurity is fundamentally and comprehensively tackled. I thank you all, and I look forward to hearing about the outcomes of these deliberations and also for my team to participate over the next 2 days. Once more, thank you again to the Nelson Mandela University and, of course, our friends at Nelson Mandela Foundation.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to take a very short break. I'm hoping that you guys will be able to forgive us. We've had to significantly reduce the minutes that the break is going to be for. Initially, it was supposed to be 15 minutes, but now we're only going to take 5 in order to try and make up for the time that we've lost. So can we please be back in the venue at 10:50? And then can I also ask that the panelists for the first session, please meet Mr. Bruce Damans quickly, just to have a quick discussion before we begin the session. That will be Dr. Kifilo Masiteng, Polisile Tingiswayo, and Nteye Lungu. Thank you very much. 10:50. Okay, thank you very much, guys. So now we're gonna go straight into our first session, facilitated by Dr. Bruce Damons, which is on climate change. And the panelists are Dr. Kifilwe Masiteng, Olisile Tingiswayo, and Nteye Lungu, who are going to be joining us here at the front. Thank you. For our panelists, you'll just do a quick introduction of yourself and then, yeah, thank you.
Thanks. So thank you so much, colleagues, and for the privilege of facilitating the first conversation around climate change, keeping the theme of music, Jaco. And from the input of the United Nations, from we can, we will, and we must. That's the one that I heard. We must course direct. So I'll embrace McFadden and I'm not as good as you with remembering names. McFadden and Whitehead, there's no stopping us now. And I think that's a good theme for a generation to say that we can embrace. So colleagues, this is how we'll facilitate the conversation. Each of us will get 1 minute to introduce ourselves. And this was our timekeeper. She will flag. Then you will have a maximum of 5 minutes to share your thoughts on the topic climate change from your various perspectives. We then have the audience that will interact with us around what you have heard or your thoughts on climate change. And then because this is a proactive conversation, the panelists will round up with one action that they would like to see from this conference that can make a meaningful impact in working in collaborative, complementary ways to support the work that we intend to do. So my name, when Diswa arrives, so we still have more time. You can't steal time now on Diswa because you were late. Okay. So my name is Bruce Damons. I'm a husband to one wife, 2 daughters, and I'm the director in the engagement office at Nelson Mandela University, and I have a passion for understanding how do we create spaces where various stakeholders in community can converge to respond both to historical and contemporary challenges that faces the city, the province, the country, the continent, and the globe. I'll invite my next panelist to introduce himself.
Thank you for that, Bruce. My name is Nteye Lungu. I head up sustainability for the Insure subsidiary of the Old Mutual Insure Group. I therefore am responsible for driving strategy around ESG and implementation. So obviously it's a most topical, I think, issue around at the moment. Very passionate about the impact potentially that I can have. And yeah, that's the role I play. I am also a husband of one wife, hopefully. And I'm still thinking of a song because I am truly a fan of music, and I know Jaco there has set the scene, so I'm thinking of an up song. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kifilwe Masiteng. I am the head of the RC office for the UN office in South Africa. I am not a husband to one wife. I am a mother of 3 boys and many girls. I am passionate about youth development. I love working with the young people, and I think the work that we are doing and discussing issues around sustainable development are becoming very pertinent to the livelihoods of the young people, as well as to the women that can be the game changers also in the sustainable development in our country. Thank you.
Morning everyone. My name is Olisile Tingiswayo from the Department of Agriculture at Nelson Mandela University. I am a PhD student as well as a contract lecturer. Let me say, I am focusing on food security in my research. As I said, I'm a researcher, and I've been working with the student on campus in terms of food security as well as the healthcare, which is the clinics around the university, facing the problem of students facing food security. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Yeah, keep your status, your marital status undercover, Kolesile. Keep your. So as the university, we recognize that food security is affecting our students as well, because our students come from communities, and we've taken a very deliberate stance to ensure that we give access, especially to students from socio-economic marginalized communities, and then we remain mindful that the students enter with their context, and therefore helping us understand climate change and the various responses does become important, both from a corporate perspective, from an organizing international perspective through governments, and then from ourselves, because our voices are important in these conversations. So colleagues, you have 5 minutes, starting with, and please, I butcher names, colleagues, so you can deal with me outside. I'll accept humbly any butchering not butchering of your name, correction during break as well. Gefilwe, is that correct? Excellent, thank you. So could we start with you first and share your thoughts from the UN's perspective around climate change?
I guess the critical issues
The
of
mic, please, ma'am.
the critical issues of climate change are globally a problem, with the understanding that we are seeing the increasing temperatures. And when the increasing temperatures are coming, we're starting to see the decline in the levels of water. We're starting to see the challenges in energy production. We call it a water, land, and food and energy nexus. On the basis of that, we start to see challenges that countries face in terms of availability of energy, and that needs countries to be able to move towards better ways of energy production. When we look at that also, we start to realize that when these temperatures affect the levels of water, you start to see the impact on the agricultural sector. And when the agricultural sector is affected, there is lesser food produced. And we're starting to depend more and more on other types of food than our organic food, because the fields are no longer producing what we needed. Therefore, that needs a serious attention to the agricultural sector in 2 ways. Going back to the basics of food production, knowing the challenges that are there, but also alongside that having modern ways that understand that there is no longer a lot of water, but then we can use technology to produce food, even if it's still organic food. Going back to the basics and making sure that we understand that those that have been left behind are the young people who can come in and become game changers and play serious 2 roles in this sector. They can bring their decisive and their brains that can bring change. They can bring technological thinking in terms of how we modernize agriculture, but also they can be able to come in and play a role of producers in the agricultural sector. So this would be very important, the understanding of what climate change does to create lesser water, challenges with energy, then how do we respond to that even in the farming environment? Do we go renewable energy? Do we go solar? So there are many solutions that I think actually when they are given to the younger people, you can see that they can be able to provide. In that way, they will create jobs and not depend on being employed. They will be able to bring back the life to the agricultural sector, and ultimately there will be more food. The livelihoods of the people in our country will change for the better. The fight against poverty will be better. They will create jobs, and I think they will be able to deal with inequality.
Great, thank you so much. Don't be afraid to applause, colleagues. So it doesn't reflect your bias, it just honors the speaker. So on mutual, you heard now that the argument has been made by the UN that perhaps we must have a sharper investment into the youth and driving from the youth angle. That we need to think of the convergence of historical as well as new, and thinking of way of resuscitating perhaps the earth. How do corporates feel about this? What is Old Mutual stance around investing in the youth and really a blend of the new and the old?
Thank you very much, Bruce. I think, firstly, allow me to refer back to your initial sort of opening comments around, you used a very big word that I'm unfamiliar with. It said precarious. And it was breaking down populations and saying most of them precarious. I had to look up the meaning of the word, and I recognize that within the context of climate change, it creates a very precarious situation. Now, I need to firstly just digress a little bit and share the position of insurance as it relates to, the economy. Now, one of the ways in which insurance actually contributes to economic development, and I think my colleague who's an academic would obviously, I think, ask for references in academic, but there's a lot of academic research by now that confirms that insurance plays a very big role in economic development. And the way it actually does this is that it allows for people to transfer their risks financially to an insurance company. It then allows people to then be innovative, and in this way, when there's insurance service provided, you can be guaranteed of seeing economic growth. So what does climate change then do in an environmental insurance? What then happens is that as recently we've seen that, say for example, over the last 10 years, the frequency of climate-related disasters has increased by about 50%. The implication of that is that we're seeing that the cost of claims related to climate-related disasters has increased tenfold during the same period. So essentially, climate change is posing an existential threat to insurance. Now, as I've said, if in fact we're saying that insurance supports economic growth, it then means that if climate change disasters are taking away from an insurer's capability to provide resilience, be it to businessmen or to individuals and to society, we can obviously expect less investment, less job creation, and less safeguards in society. So the climate change situation is very complex. It's multifaceted. It's leading to what we're calling a polycrisis. So one crisis as it relates to things like food security. On the other, it's restricting the ability of financial services company to protect investors and businesses from investing. Now, obviously, the implication from what you've said is that we obviously have to invest and see to it that we can grow the youth. As you can imagine, we obviously need to have solutions, particularly from research institutions like universities, that hopefully, we can work together to develop potentially be different models, maybe even different, business models for insurance, to see to it that there is resilience, in communities. So that's where we are. Thank you.
You can applaud Old Mutual as well. So thank you for sharing that that it's an ecosystemic. There's an ecosystemic threat that climate change is causing. It's not only causing to food; it's causing to economies. It's causing to businesses. Because sometimes I can think very linearly and say, okay, it's just a threat to me because I'm not getting water in a certain way. But there's an impact to all of us. And I think the need for us then to deepen our collaboration and complementarity has never been more than now. And especially intellectual, my dear colleague, my esteemed colleague on that side, where the insurance companies are, as our partner here is saying, that we need to think of different modeling. And because perhaps we're trying to flog the dead horse, we're trying to resuscitate things that won't serve both our historical and contemporary challenges. Can you, in your reflection, think about what both colleagues have said around, number one, that there should be a greater investment in youth, and some of your experiences as facilitating a food systems program at the university, and then number two, as part of a group of people thinking about responses, this idea of creative modeling to be responsive to these challenges.
All right, thank you, Dr. Bruce. Since we are talking about climate change, firstly, I would like to introduce what is climate change, or what are we referring to when we are talking about climate change. To my understanding, it refers to the long-term impacts of weather pattern as well as the global temperatures rise due to excessive greenhouse gases. Now, these greenhouse gases are caused by human beings, which is us. Mainly the deforestation, the urbanization, the industrialization is now climate change. It leads us to food insecurity. Now we have climate change, we have drought, and we have food insecurity. So that means if we can focus on climate change, we can be food insecure because we will omit a drought. Now, due to these weather patterns, sometimes we notice that we experience, as we said, as we talk about the weather patterns, now we experience more rain than what we experienced before. Or sometimes we experience more temperatures that affect us as agriculture negatively. Also, let me run for a few minutes. We have a problem we are trying to achieve before 2030, which is one of the strategic development goals, which is goal number 1, goal number 2, which is as well as the climate. The climate affects the way we're gonna fix these things. And judging by the look of how the things are happening now, it seems like, I don't want to say it's impossible, but it will take us more time than these 6 years we have to reach the plans we are thinking we can achieve before 2030. Now, if we experience, let's focus on small-scale farmers. Small-scale farmers are resource-poor farmers. These are the people that they experience food insecurity more than commercial farmers, because commercial farmers are regarded as resourceful farmers that have almost everything compared to small-scale farmers. Small-scale farmers are like me, someone who's here in the room, those who have the small gardens trying to farm for consumption, for self-consumption. And if they manage to provide the surplus, they can sell the surplus to generate income. So if these farmers, 1 minute, okay, let me try to conclude. So climate change, it affects the small-scale farmers negatively because these people, they experience more since they don't have the resources, especially the financial resources. They experience food security more than anyone else. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kolasiwe. So over to you now. You've heard from a business perspective, you heard from an international agency perspective, and then Kolasiwe added a new hat, a small-scale farmer hat. He's an intellectual, he's a project facilitator, and then he represents small-scale farming. Any comments on what you heard around the need for us to have responses that deals with the threat to that land is faced, the focus on youth and women in particular to drive these processes, a critical rethink on the modeling, knowing that there are risks, ecosystemic risks, changing of human behavior, our own personal behaviors, having water bottles instead of all these plastics around. And from your experiences, green tech, I'm a teacher now, my past profession, and Kuseni, where's Kuseni? I hope he never ran out because they're doing fantastic work with water champions. But I never heard food and water champions, I only heard water. And in other cases, we only hear food, and we don't hear food and water. We don't hear behavior, we hear siloed responses in all the work, including our own. So what are your thoughts, before you run away, on some of the comments, or generally on climate change, and how do you think it's impacting you where you are, or any critiques or thoughts on what you've heard from our panel, or comments? You better make it easy, or else I'm going to call your name. So, and especially if you drop your eyes and you try to avoid eye contact, like Rinte chairperson is running out with no message on a phone. She'll come back and we'll wait for Kashwa.
Thanks so much for that. What I just wanted to know is that having heard from the panel, these are things that we're familiar with. We've heard this before. These are things that we're grappling with. I think the one thing that I'd like to hear from the panelists is how do we then coalesce from the different hats that you're wearing and do something that makes a difference. So what are we yet to do to make the necessary difference?
Start thinking about that response. So what do we do? Now that you are suggesting, what do you suggest? You're suggesting there's a problem. What do you suggest as a solution from your vantage point? Any other comments, questions? I'm trying to not have the voices that are in the space already that they have been speaking. I'll come back to you, chairperson of our day. Musa, any comment from your side? Pesta, you next, and Oyama, you after Pesta. It's nice knowing the people when you're in engagement as well. I can't be as crude to the other people that I don't know, so get your questions ready.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that was out of the blue. I was interrupted here by my colleague. I'm going to talk on the small-scale farmers' perspective with regards to water usage and food production, the self-sustenance of households. Knowing that small-scale farmers, they are producing with aspiration of emerging into lucrative agricultural markets. So the issue of water is a huge challenge, not only on the sustainability point of view, but also on the production point of view. So there is this dichotomy of using natural resources in a sustainable manner, while on the other side, maximizing your production. Faced with the same dilemma at my house, my mother was shocked when she visited and found that I have tiled my background, all of it, the backyard, I've tiled the backyard. Due to water restrictions, you are restricted on using water, and also education on sustainable way of harvesting water for use is also challenging as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks for that addition, Musa. Pesta, as a community organizer working on food in the community, what do you think are some of your experiences and of the impact of climate change?
Thank you so much, Bruce. I'm going to touch base on small-scale farmers. For now, we don't have resources as small-scale farmers. For now, we don't have resources as small-scale farmers, and we are struggling with water. And I just want to say thank you to Nelson Mandela Foundation for donating a borehole. We are working together with Kuseni to make sure that we have water, and hoping very soon we'll produce stock, because now we're gonna have heavy rains. So now we're gonna start planting. Already we started at Zamukukanya Primary School, and I also have started planting in my backyard. Last year I was producing and selling combos like cabbage, spinach, beetroot, and lettuce for 55 rand each. And I've made I think it was 500 something for what I have produced, and hoping this year I will do the same or even more. Thank you so much.
Just stay standing. Thank you so much, and for your agency. I think this is what we celebrate when working with you. But what do you think communities are thinking about this concept, climate change? You know, when they hear the term, what is the mama, the tata, the tsotsi, the entrepreneur in the township saying about climate change?
I think, Bruce, in our community, I don't think they have any idea about the climate change. That's why Bhuti said to us just now, we must speak the language that the community and other stakeholders will understand. What I would say is that now we are doing this seminar, we should also go to the communities and engage with them and ask them what do they understand about the climate change. The problem is that we do things without asking the community how do they feel about this. Thank you so much.
Good. Yeah, you got an indictment university working on instead of with communities. Oyama, as someone that facilitates food programs, your thoughts and questions perhaps at this stage? I'll formulate 3 questions for the panel. And then, thank you, ma'am. There's another question there. And Nikala, you will also be the last one, and then we'll formulate question and allow the panel to respond. Oyama.
Thank you so much, Bruce. As the speakers, whilst the speakers were speaking previously before the sessions, I had my own notes that I wanted to ask. I have an understanding climate is also affected by the shifting of geographical life as
See,
well.
with the problem with you, I can say this because she's my PhD student, colleagues. So we were just cautioned. Didn't want to tell Musa with his dichotomies and Bruce with his precarious type of language. I was just corrected by my colleague. So we want to keep everyone engaged. It is your obligation to think about your words that you are using in the space, please.
So basically what I wanted to ask, as society, as we are evolving and developing within our own spaces, how do we balance, our growth as human beings in relation to the environment and ecosystems? Because the way that we behave in society also has an impact and effect in relation to the ecosystem and the environment, which then cultivates challenges of climate change. So how do we bring that balance as we develop globally, internationally, and with all the technos innovations within the space? But how do we then balance everything out for sustainable livelihoods? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Oyama. Please introduce yourself as well when you speak.
Thank you very much. My name is Lindo Gutle. I'm from the Old Mutual Foundation. I think maybe I would just like to share my thoughts and then maybe just also ask the panel to share their thoughts. And I'm going to speak from a climate change adaptation perspective, specifically looking at disaster risk reduction. And I think, as it has been said, we are seeing the frequency and severity of events that are on the rise, particularly in our coastal provinces. We've seen a lot of events that have occurred, some of them being declared as disasters, either provincially or nationally. And I think from the foundation, what we have been doing is we've been doing a lot of investment in disaster risk reduction, where we are playing a role of supporting to build disaster reduction capabilities, especially in municipalities, as they are the first responders, and through municipalities in communities. And of course, I think one of the most important things that we always need to note is that, if we invest in adaptation now, it just makes more sense than trying to catch up later. And from a climate change adaptation perspective, I just want to ask the panel their thoughts on, yes, as a foundation, we are doing disaster risk reduction as part of contributing to climate change adaptation. But what do they think can be done more, specifically looking at, and I'm just going to comment based on their presentation, looking at the human element, the economic, environmental, as well as the physical structure element. Thanks.
Mutual, you come here with your techno talk here, climate change, adaptation, ton. So you're uncertain of, but I think the question, if I understand it clearly, that and we salute the different initiatives there. So the question is, what can be done more? What can help us think critically? And I think there's some other questions linked to that as well, and I think you might also respond to some of them. So that's how we identify knowledge, and we share knowledges in the spaces as well, because some of the responses are within the audience as well. Ikala, it will be the last one. Just your thought as an organization working in the space. Someone was thrown under the bus in that delegation, and someone refused to stay under the bus.
I'm greeting everyone. I'm from Izanisak. I'm not from Ikala, community kitchen. at Motherwell. We are doing the community soup kitchen as well as a food garden for our soup kitchen as well as the community. Mine or our organization to come here is to just to learn how to do the technological agriculture, because we have an experience or have been affected by this climate change a lot, because we have what I have noticed is that we have our own tanks. Then the levels of water have been dropped without even using that water, because of there was no rain in the Nelson Mandela, and then it's only the sun every day, as from December up until the rain was only on the day before yesterday. So I expecting when I come out of this seminar to know or to have a knowledge of an option of doing an agriculture or a technological agriculture.
Great. Thanks so much. Wonderful, wonderful, and thanks for that very practical statement. Is that in the community we have the Jojo tanks that are full and the water is evaporating. What adaptations do we need to have in order to save, because this is the experience. So I'll frame now the questions broadly to you and you think about your responses. The first question is, Gashol's question will be last and you'll close with that one. So this is the concrete thing having heard and having shared that you think each one of you would suggest, and that will be added as part of our program of action and thinking carefully about it. But then the question of how do we reach our communities where they are, not with what we know, and how do we engage with them in meaningful ways, given the complexity of some of the communities, okay? And you can think of a student community, you can think of an international global community, you can think even of business as community, because there's all different languages used across the space. The second one is the issue of resources. How do we resource these projects in creative ways so that we're not funding the same thing over and over to death, but we're really investing in innovation that's responsive, and not only to meet scorecards or to get degrees or to meet SDGs. But how do we do it really in a meaningful way? How do we balance this growth? You know, everyone's talking about the fourth industrial revolution, but the consequence is job culling, and the lack of job and the impact that will have as well. How do we create this excitement about technology, balancing the need for humanity to exist? And then the last one is on adaptation. What is a model of flexibility? That you don't have been watering this way for 30 years, why are you telling me now to water different? How do we instill that culture of thinking in different ways in order to be responsive? And then the last one, give us your solution. Don't only give us your thought. Anyone can start with those responses in any order, and you don't have to answer all of the questions. You can choose which one you have. So I just paraphrased, or you can answer directly what people have said. Over to you.
All right, thank you so much. I would like to start. Firstly, you said the only thing we do is to blow a vocabulary. So I would like to go back to that phrase. Yes, as researchers as well as other people, we have been talking about the problems or the issues of food insecurity as well as climate change. Now, what we normally do, we just talk about it, but we don't go to the communities. Communities, most of the people in communities, they are illiterate. And there is a language barrier. One of the speakers talk about the language barrier. Now, we've been writing about these things, but the community is not aware. For instance, one of the field study, we were conducting it at a collection around the communities. One of the question was, it was a co-op, was how do you understand climate change with a scale of 1 to 10? you find that like these people, they are in the same co-op, but the way they understand climate change is totally different. One will be like, I don't know what climate change is. The other one will be like, from 5 to 8, at least I can say I understand climate change. Now, if you can go to the community, not just to present, to do more than presentation, because each and every time you go to the community, we present. And the community, like they understand while they don't understand. If we can just keep on trying, we help the community, and after some time, we go back to them and see if they implement the strategies we have been giving to them. As I said, these small-scale farmers are resource poor. These people, some of the strategies we come up with, they can't implement because they lack resources. If we can try to help them with some of the resources, I think it will be better. They can contribute to food security. And the question from say is the strategies. Yes, these strategies we've been talking about, in fact, adaptations about the climate change. We have different adaptation. For instance, now since we have this problem of climate change, we can plant drought-tolerant crops. We can try to minimize the use of water. We can apply some of the thing called the mulching, whereby it reduces the evaporation of soil. Remember, if you plant a seed in the soil, it needs a certain moisture content so that it can grow. If the land is dry, that means there is no production at all. These are strategies we can, or adaptation, we can try to implement them at a small level. For instance, if you have let's say 10 hectares and you are planting the whole 10 hectares, it will be not easy to implement, for instance, the mulching.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think from our side, the critical issues, let me start with adaptation. The same way in which we understand how we got to where we are, which is natural. So we adapt to the natural changes of increasing temperatures that are not switched on and off by anyone naturally coming, and then causing the challenges that then you have high evaporation of water, then you end up with droughts, and therefore the whole thing gets to a point where you need to start to thinking, as he's saying, how do I reduce the amount of water loss on the grounds? And those are some of the small issues that I think if they come and we realize that many people who are in the small environment and agriculture should be massified. So maybe the word should be massify, have as many as possible, have to use what Ndate is saying, that you should empower. They say, teach us more, tell us more how we should be able to respond to the issue of seasonality. When do we plant cabbage? When do we plant tomatoes? When do we plant mealies? So that if you plant in March, definitely it's not going to work. If you plant after winter, you know you will be able to have mealies in April. That knowledge is very important so that then there is no wastage. How do we use greenhouse for our veggies to reduce the level of evaporation, but make sure that we also have more time that our plants remain green because they are protected. So these are some of the small things that should be able to be taken as solutions to the communities. And I think the word is have as many as possible, bring many more to the environment so that many solutions can be able to have a bigger impact, and we'll see the changes in the livelihoods of the people. Thank you.
Yeah, I think my contribution, I'll start with your PhD student. I didn't get her name, Oyama. I found your question very interesting, and I think that sadly from an insurance perspective, one of the things that insurance companies have is a lot of geodata. So what typically happens is that we need to price and know where our risks of properties are. So we tend to have a lot of data around which are the dangerous areas, which areas are more prone to flooding, which areas are prone to wildfire when there's a drought. So I think one of the first contributions we can make for certain is that we can begin to create awareness around where human habitations have to be. in places where we started building way before we remembered that it was a flood area. Now, those areas, every time there's heavy rainfall, property gets damaged, and then you've got people, it's not a habitable place. A similar sentiment can be sort of mentioned around farming. So you need to know where your type of farming, sort of properties are going to be. So I think there's a massive contribution that can be, as you say, Doc, around how do we go to reach people where they are. I think there's a very big opportunity for people with data, such as insurance companies, coming in and advising on their habitable areas as well as their geography. One other thing I want to point out is clearly there can be a lot of, what I'm hearing here is very interesting because obviously my colleague who's involved in small scale farming is worried about drought, whereas in the same sentence, we have a situation where in South Africa we've been talking about floods in KZN. So how do we sort of bridge a gap where in areas where there's flood, we can keep the water after it floods so that, one way or the other, that water can then be fed to the areas that are drought prone. So I kind of tend to think that maybe we need to start thinking big. What opportunity do we have to create canals from KZN to the, drought prone areas of the Eastern Cape? I think majority of you would be aware. Certainly from an insurance perspective, we know that the eastern side of South Africa is prone to flooding, whereas the western side is prone to droughts. How can we come up with very clever, big ideas where on one end we trap the flood water and on the other, we make it available during drought times? Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, colleagues. So in summary for this panel, and you correct me anytime I misrepresent the thoughts, please. Education is key. But we have to be very careful when we use the word illiterate. No one is illiterate in this world. We all have different educational experiences. It's how we navigate the knowledges. Remember, certain knowledges in this country have been marginalized over years. And our communities have been farming without PhDs for years and have been very successful. It is thinking carefully about the indigenous knowledges. I think that's the point as well. But we're learning, so we mustn't be afraid to use the language and correct ourselves. I think that we need to become bold in that way, okay, so that we don't misrepresent the point, but also be emotionally strong enough to be corrected. The second recommendation around climate change is that we have to think of the messaging and how we get the messaging to our communities. We have to think carefully of the content. We have to think carefully on how we engage in our communities in critical participatory ways, not only to share but to learn. Anyone wants as a posture this day and age, I think they have the only solution. I think you're on the wrong planet because we're in crisis. So we all can make meaningful contributions in the discourses to respond to these challenges. How we do it, I think, is critical. So it's a methodological thing. Sorry, I use that terrible word. It's how we talk to one another and engage. And how do we recognize the knowledges in the room and be respectful of the knowledges that are there, and then commonly seek a solution. Okay? So that's the one thing I'm pitching now already to Mutual, the second phase of this project. Okay, is the methodological approach. Method, how? The next is the massification of the asset called the small farmer, the community garden. What is a strategy, Musa, towards, I don't like this word, sometimes I say words make me uncomfortable and I don't have any other word now. This notion of massification. We need to clarify what does that mean in an African context. It's about life now. We're talking about life and death, not only thinking about profit, and we're thinking about economy and entrepreneurship as well. So what would massification mean for this next phase of the project? The third one is then the sharing, the brave sharing of data. How do we allow the different data or empirical material, this is what we prefer to call it, it's ideologically contested. I disagree with those scientists. Colisilas who's hard scientist, I'm a social scientist.
So we talk of empirical material, means everything is a data source. Whether it's the granny's photos, whether it is the measurement of the water, whether it's the anecdotal, that's all empirical material, not only hard numbers. How do we make those dance with one another to develop then a responsive, innovative strategy that can speak to these our intentions? So that's fantastic, and I'm sure the describes like as the next phase of thinking creatively around this particular work. Please say goodbye with your passing comments to the thing, and thank you so much for your engaged session on this. You can have one passing comment, and then we'll end with Kolisile.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, I think, for the opportunity. Coming to, I think, maybe final comments that you asked your question, Mr. Brooks, there. I think that the real crux for me is the SDG 17 on collaboration, really. This problem is complex, it's multifaceted, there's no one group that will solve it. And I think that from an institution of academia, there's a very big role to play, both in thinking up new ways. One example, I mean, we've talked about, I know the theme is food security, but, you know, the other day I had a conversation with my brother, and I'll keep this really short. And we were talking about, you know, new ways in which, you know, there's suggestions around the world as to sources of proteins, that maybe we need to start considering eating insects. Now, when we hear that word, it sounds very ridiculous, and yet here in Africa we've been eating mopani worms, you know, for as long as we can remember. So it therefore means that there's a role, particularly for academia, where we need to start thinking broadly about how we secure food. You know, from a business perspective, think very broadly about what models, what business models will be sustainable in an ever-changing environment. So I think that there's a room, big pillar is SDG 17 for me. Thank you.
Thanks. I think I would agree to that. More partnerships, deliberate collaboration, starting to understand that my idea and your idea and everybody's ideas can make more impact if we all come together. That is what we mean by massification. We mean that all the ideas that exist currently should be starting to be put together. Nobody steals anybody else's idea. The ideas can be able to make a big impact if we all work together. Come one, come all, so that we can fight the bigger challenge of poverty in our country.
I embrace that idea of massification immediately. Thank you so much, colleague.
Okay, in closing, let me start with the colleague what said. He's from Old Mutual. Now, if we can work hand in hand, for instance, from the guy from Old Mutual can assist small scale farmers without having a collateral to assist them in financially, so that, as we said, those farmers they lack resources. Yes, if you can assist them, I think it will make us close to achieving these strategic development goals. Then another thing. Yes, if we continue on working with the small-scale farmers and go to them and we assist wherever we can achieve something. Based on the literature, it says the weather condition, in fact, the climate change will be more in future. So meaning that this is a continuing thing. So if we can find the ways to try to overcome it, as the climate change increases, that affect food security and it will affect almost everyone. This is not one person's thing. It affects us in all spheres of life. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you to our facilitator. Thank you to our panelists. So now we are going to jump straight into session 2. I would like to call to the stage our facilitator for this session, Mr. Siviwe Mkoka from Agri Growth, and our panelists who are Tanya van Reens, Fezega Majiki, and Mam Lillian Masebenza. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I asked for a presentation to be beamed on the screen. It's a good thing that we had the first session. It lays the foundation to our discussion, which I will try to contain and make it brief and more relevant to our topic. First of all, my name is Siviwe Mkoka. I'm an enterprise development practitioner, having worked for government and the private sector. I'm also a farmer. I farm crops. I breed livestock, small and large livestock. I'm from a rural area on the other side of Eastern Cape. I heard people talking about Eastern Cape here and how we can move water from the Eastern Cape, from KZN to the Eastern Cape. The Eastern Cape is the second largest province geographically in South Africa after Northern Cape. It's similar in many ways to KZN in terms of climate and weather patterns. So I liked that suggestion, but I do want us to talk about it a little bit more. I'm actually waiting for that presentation to come up. So I'm an agripreneur, a farmer to be specific, because there are many types of agripreneurs. There are those that produce food, there are those that produce inputs of production, there are those that distribute or move food from the farm to the retailers, there are those that produce technology that assist us to produce food. So it's a very long chain. So when you say you're an agripreneur, you could be anything from being a food, fiber, and fuel producer to being just a seller of agricultural products, or even an insurance company like Old Mutual. It's a pity that we don't have the other components of the financial sector, which I think Dingiswayo mentioned and said are critical. So insurance companies wouldn't provide financing for small-scale farmers. They would provide insurance for risk. Just a minute. All right. Okay, now that you have visual assistance. So that was my brief introduction. So I'm a practical farmer. I know what happens on the field for small-scale farmers. I also know what happens in the boardrooms for enterprise development for small-scale farmers. And I also know what happens in the academic field for enterprise development that is related to agriculture, which is slightly different to enterprise development anywhere else in the economic sector. So that's me, the facilitator, and I have 3 panelists, which I will give them a chance to introduce themselves. Colleagues, you'll have 4 minutes to say who you are and what you do. We have Ms. Fezeka Matiki. I know that acronym is not liked by this university anymore. It's Mandela University in short, and it's Nelson Mandela University in full. So So Fezeka Machiki is from the university. I'll give you a chance, Fezeka, to introduce yourself. And then we have Ms. Lillian Masabenza, who's an actual producer of food in the Western Cape, working with the communities. And then we have Tanya van Rees, who will also tell us a little bit more about what she does and what her company does. Our session is about what is called climate smart agriculture, which is very relevant to what we are talking about today, climate change and the impact of that on food security. Let me just hasten to say climate smart agriculture, although it has components of tech innovation and tech use, the term smart doesn't refer to the use of technology. I'll show you the next slide and tell you what it refers to. Please show us the next slide. So that's what basically we're dealing with. We're dealing with food systems, but we're focusing more on how to mitigate the climate change impact on the production side of food. Okay, so we're looking at solutions that we can employ to make sure that small-scale farmers are able to produce and produce sustainable under the current circumstances. I like what the UN representative said, that this thing is natural. We're not going to press a button and reverse it, but we have to work as farmers and communities and adapt under the environment and produce food as we should, in the quantities and the quality that we should produce food. So it's about food systems. The next slide, please. So that's a model of what we developed. I know it's not clear on the screen. That's a model of what we have developed as Agro-Growth NPC for developing small-scale farmers to be resilient and employ climate-smart agriculture practices. The three components to climate-smart agriculture: it's about enhancing productivity, it's about helping farmers to adapt to climate change and still produce. So it's about increasing their incomes, it's about increasing their production. It doesn't help farmers to produce 3 cabbages in the backyard. They have to produce in a way that it's sustainable for themselves and for their communities. So there must be a little bit of surplus. Otherwise, the following season, they won't be there. And the third thing that we deal with when we talk about climate smart agriculture, it's about increasing our solutions to preserving natural resources, water, soil, energy, and many other things that we use in agriculture that are impacted by climate change. All right, so that's what climate smart agriculture is about: increasing production by farmers, about increasing incomes and sustainability. It's about making sure that we employ practices that we can forever employ without affecting food security. So I'll give the panel, and I must say that I'm blessed with people that are actually on the field. From modern agriculture, as it was mentioned earlier on, Fezeka, to Mam Lillian, who produces on soil, to the other speakers. So our session will be more practical about what farmers experience and what they've done so far, which we can scale up in order to have a larger impact. Over to you, Fezeka. Please tell us in 4 minutes what you do in the agriculture space and how it's done.
Thank you so much. My name is Fezeka Machiki. I am the Adaptive Agriculture Facilitator at INMED South Africa. I'm also a part-time lecturer for the Agriculture Department at Nelson Mandela University. So at INMED, we specialize in aquaponics systems. Aquaponics is aquaculture mixed with agriculture. So it's a symbiotic system whereby the fish and the plants benefit from each other. So it's a circulatory system. So this method of ours speaks to the climate change and climate smart agriculture with 4IR and the sustainability of it all. So the collaborative approach that we have towards producing, it helps the disadvantaged communities around the 5 provinces that we are available in the 9 provinces of South Africa. So InMed started in 2006, and we have been able to increase our footprint throughout the country, and we support a lot of schools, a lot of communities, and a lot of universities as well. So with the university, we collaborate with a couple of departments. First, we collaborate with the ocean sciences, whereby we are looking at with the rubbish that they harvest from the sea, that they clean when they clean up the sea. We are looking at making a plug-and-play system for an aquaponic system that is a plug-in system that will be very simple for that communities can be able to access, because the aquaponic system, firstly, is a sustainable way in order to produce, just like the speaker said, that it saves water and it increases the yield, as well as uses less energy. So that in that way, then resources are used less, so they are not wasted in any way, because the water that is used in an aquaponic system is circulating. So it goes from the fish tank, it's pumped to the plants, and then it's drained by the plants, and then goes back to the fish tank again. So it circulates. There is no water wastage. There is 90% less energy that is used. It can actually be run on solar, so there's not much need for electricity. So it's 100% organic, and it increases in yield. So you can plant, typical example, on our site in the Missionville campus, we can plant lettuce for 3 weeks. In 3 weeks, we are ready to harvest our lettuce. So in soil, in traditional agriculture, you cannot harvest lettuce in 3 weeks. So it's actually faster than traditional agriculture. And that means that you get a lot more in a small space of land that you have. So we also work with the engineering department. They have actually installed one of our aquaponic systems in the Northern Cape in a village called Pella. As we all know, the Northern Cape is very hot. There's not much production there. So it's very difficult to produce anything. So the people there actually rely on indigenous vegetables to survive. And they are not very familiar with the conventional vegetables that we consume on a daily, like spinach and cabbage. So now with the installation of the aquaponic system, they are actually able to produce spinach, your cabbage, your kale, so that they can supplement their vegetable intake as a village and as a community. We also work with the dietetics team of the university. Because we work with schools, our slogan at InMed is partnerships for children. So we believe that if you are able to provide healthy nutrition for a child at their developmental stage, then you improve their lives forever. So if we lose it at the developmental stage, it can affect their whole lives. And then the dietetics team helps us to implement our health in action program at the schools. So around the Nelson Mandela Bay area, we work with around 30 schools, quintile 3 schools, whereby just last week we were training all of the food handlers, that is the food preparers of the schools. So we were training them together with the Department of Education and the dietetics team on how to prepare the meals well in order to not compromise the nutrition content of the food. So, and then also one of the core pillars of the nutrition program for the Department of Education is to promote school gardens. So as InMed, we also work with schools to promote their food gardens. We actually have a team that is dedicated to promote and work and install the gardens and at the schools. So, and also maintain and monitor those gardens so that they can feed into the kitchens for the children, and then the food handlers are trained to take the food from the garden and cook it well for the children so that they can be able to develop well. And then we also work with the agriculture department of the university, whereby we take 2 students as interns who are supposed to do their 3rd year, which is on the field in training, so that they can obtain their qualification, their diploma qualification. So, but as of this year, as of this month, we've taken about 20 students because there's a scourge of food insecurity within campuses of the university. So we've employed 20 students as of this month that will be getting a stipend, as well as they will be revamping the gardens that have been fallow in the university Summerstrand campuses. So they will be working that land, producing food so that all of the students can benefit, so that food security can be mitigated in the campuses. So we also work with the education department. So it was found out that the students, the education students, they are not able to, since one of the pillars of the schools is to promote food gardens, so they are not knowledgeable on how to instill the garden and teach the children how to work the garden. So we also take them into our aquaponics system site, and we show them how to plant, how to water plants, how to cultivate, and all of that. So that when they get to the field in the schools, they know what to talk to the children about when it comes to gardening and stuff like that. So in our collaboration with the schools, we also, in the Health in Action program, we also promote healthy activities, healthy lifestyles. That means physical activities. So we also have a team as INMET that goes into the schools and makes sure that the children and the teachers as well know and are able to do physical activities within the school environment, so that they build healthy bodies, and then we decrease the obesity that has been a scourge in our country. So also in the community, we also have an outreach there whereby we promote food gardens, backyard gardens, whereby we provide seeds and certain small implements, whereby even the old grannies can be able to, plant their own backyard gardens, and we show them ways whereby even if you are limited in terms of space, you are able to produce a bit of vegetables, so that you don't have to go and buy out vegetables from the shop, and you have access to vegetables. And we also promote the use of indigenous vegetables. So that's with the help of the dietetics team, we also promote the use of indigenous vegetables, and we help them learn and identify the indigenous vegetables that are more healthier than the conventional vegetables that we know. So that is what we do as INMET. Thank you.
Thank you, Fezega. We'll come back for a discussion around what you do, and then the audience will get an opportunity to ask you more. Ma'am Lillian, you've been in the field. South Africa knows what you're doing in the Western Cape. Please tell us who you are, what you do in 4 minutes, and tell us a bit about the challenges that you have faced over the years as you were implementing the project in the Western Cape.
Good morning. My name is Lillian Masebenza, born Mnisi from Mpumalanga. So I'm here in the Western Cape from all the way in Mpumalanga. But who I am, I'm a wife of one husband. I'm a mother of 3, and I'm a grandmother of 4. And wait for this one. Great-grandmother of 1. So you might be saying, what's she doing here? Why is she not sitting with her grandchildren and her grandchild? But I believe in you can never ever not be able to learn as you go on and not able to share. So yes, I used to work for Old Mutual. I was very proud to hear that you're still in the field. You're still doing what we believe in. I used to do Community Builder of the Year. If you go back to your archives, you'll find what that is. but it's exactly what you are doing now going forward. I've worked at a number of places, private, public, and Old Mutual was the last point where I was at Pinelands. And, okay, 20 what left?
20 minutes for this session.
Okay, thank you. So what I do is that when I retired, early retirement in 2004, I started Money Gingi. I saw already there was a bit of struggle to say what it is. Money means mother, and Gingi, be industrious. So what it's all about is that I felt, let's not wait for something or somebody, but let's do what we can do. It starts with you in terms of what you can be doing. So Money King is about empowering the vulnerable groups. We work with women who are survivors of gender-based violence. We work with early learning centers. We work with schools, because here this is where you could be finding people that need something, but they don't quite know how to go about it. So what we are doing is to empower in the sense that give them skills, and if you have the skill, nobody can take it away from you. How do you use that? So that you can go back. We don't give a certificate, we're just facilitators to say, this is how you can go, this is how you can go and do it. Especially if you look at gender-based violence, it's a scourge in our country. And if we don't do much, it's even worse maybe than the climate change situation that we're talking about. So we give them that skill so that they can go home and they can do something about it. But it's also, they are able to produce food that is nutritious. And the third part of it is that they are able to generate income out of that. Because if there's no income, then things are not sustainable. We work with community kitchens, so in other words, what you produce, you can also do community kitchens, and I work with people with disabilities. We hear so much about the United Nations slogan, nobody must be left behind. But when we look around, we still leave a lot of those vulnerable groups behind, especially people with disabilities, because not much we have policies, but the implementation thereof is not always the best to be able to help them to be doing what they need to be doing. So yes, for 20 years when I took early retirement from Old Mutual, this is what I've been doing in the communities. Before the drought in the Western Cape, we had over 35 community gardens. And how do we do this? Again, we didn't sit and say, oh, we don't have land. We said, how can we utilize the spaces that are not utilized? So it will be to encourage people at schools to say, talk to the school governing body, see if there is that kind of land that is not being utilized, how can it be utilized? And when it's being utilized, how will be the benefits to everybody that is there? The churches, we worked up to the correctional services, because again, it's about the vulnerable groups. So if you look at young people who get involved in crime, we said if we give them that skill, when they come out of there, they can always be able to do something for themselves. Rather than re-offend, they can do something. And the feedback was quite nice, just to get out of the blue. I'm out of the correctional services. I've started my little garden. I'm selling to the community, because that way also the stigma is not quite as heavy if you were to go back to your clerical position or something like that, because everybody will be looking, when is my handbag disappearing? You could be doing something. Now, collaboration is a very good thing for us. We collaborate with WOW in the Western Cape. wow, meaning teaching the people how do you then prepare the food, the vegetables that you're building. But I'm so happy because when we became a Mandela garden, they asked me, oh, so what are the two things, Mom Lillian, that you'd like to have? And one of those was aquaponics. So I'm so glad that I'm sitting next to you.
Thank you. Tanya, we're running short of our time. In 4 minutes, tell us what you do. We'll come back in the next round, which will be 3 minutes, to cover all three of you, to talk to us about the challenges, the actual challenges you faced, and tell us about the solutions to those. So just tell us briefly who you are, what your company does, in 4 minutes.
Thank you, Sipiwe, and Sanibonani, Molweni, Demelang. So I'm Tanya Van Ries, and I'm the founder of Authentic Roots. We are passionate about addressing a few of the multiple challenges that ECD centers face, looking at food insecurity, looking at the lack of nutrition, but also the lack of educational resources that are given to the ECD centers. And as Bruce started off the introduction early on with looking at an ecosystem, even from a global perspective, that could seem very overwhelming, especially when dealing with food insecurity and climate change. But that's how I approached my approach with ECD centers specifically, is looking at them as an ecosystem and how I could integrate, and especially looking at my passion is education. It's also looking at growing food, creating that social impact, but also very much our planet. As we know, and it's quite paradoxical, that food waste actually exacerbates food insecurity and environmental degradation, and yet there is food waste. I mean, we need to be held accountable even in our daily consumption and our daily disposal from a personal perspective, but also looking at a company's perspective. So what I do with the ECD centers is I'm also an author of a children's storybook, which I've made educational. And for me, that's critical, is the educational element and integrating the children in the program. So what's also nice about my book is it comes with a little pack of seeds. So the children get to plant their own little seed in a recycled container. They get to look after their little babies. They water, they grow little seedlings. And also from a farming perspective, understanding where does food come from? It's not just arriving with the seedling and putting it in the ground. It's the seed. So the kids are very much involved in this learning process of how to grow food. And they literally transplant it into the garden. So my food garden program, which I then also, it's like a ripple effect. So we're starting with the children, they're at the heart of what we do, and then moving over into the ECD centers and looking at the stakeholders there and how we can transfer the skills development and foster developmental skills. So I also teach them how to take food waste and turn it into compost. Because it's all great, and again, from a sustainable perspective, having this garden and conventional gardens, and it's a contributing factor of gardens perhaps failing, is corporates arrive and they just implement the garden, and that's it, without the transfer of knowledge, number one, also integrating the children, number two, and then what happens to the soil? The soil is an ecosystem on its own. So looking at the health of the soil, and that we get from food waste. And it's, you know, you can't expect someone that their main priority is getting food in their child's belly. You can't expect them now to understand the effect of climate change and how this climate change affects us. But in my program, I've integrated it into the learnings to actually understand that their food waste, which there is at an ECD center, we're looking at organic waste, how that is transferred into the environment and the impact that has eventually globally with the methane gases that food actually produces on landfill. So it actually reduces food to landfill on that scale. But as mentioned, from the children's perspective being the heart, and then growing out and rippling. And once this garden is sustainable, because I also use permaculture as the methodology, it's sustainable. And part of that methodology, we're looking at water conservation, we're also looking at food waste recycling, and all those elements to really empower the community to be more sustainable, but also empowering them with the skills to create their own waste management solution, which is a problem. Even if you look at the environment, there's pollution, there's flies, there's smell, there's rats. So now how do we close that environment and empower them to literally feed their own garden and become sustainable? Is that it? I saw your hand. No? Sorry. I'm very conscious about time, and I can rattle on because I'm passionate about.
Thank you, Tanya. Now I'm going to give all three of you 2 minutes each, and then we'll give 2 questions to the audience. I want you to just tell us, it's interesting what you've done, Tanya. Education is very important, especially in agriculture, where our youth, and even ourselves, people of our age at times, have not been exposed to agriculture and how it's done. So what you're doing is extremely important. What I want to know now, helping and supporting the communities as you've done, using the approach you've used of education, empowerment, focusing on children, especially in communities. What would you say are the 2 main challenges you've encountered so that we can then practicalize solutions of supporting communities better?
Thank you for the question. So it's almost me, myself, and I with a passion, and I've created this book, and I've got this lovely program, but it's also how do I actually enter into the communities, and how I've basically worked it from a strategic perspective is I collaborate with other nonprofits. So they are, number one, they're established, they know the need of the community. Even if we look at a language perspective and a language barrier, they've already established themselves. So the challenge was always, yes, I've got this, and it is an amazing program because it works, and I've seen the results, is how do we scale? So working through nonprofits and obviously with the funding of the corporates, because I'm not a nonprofit organization, and naturally corporates will benefit if they prioritize nutrition, sustainability, and education in their CSR strategy. So it's really just scaling, but obviously the solution is working through the nonprofits.
Okay, thank you, Tanya. Ma'am Lillian, before you were provided with support to start doing non-soil production, I want you to focus on that phase in supporting communities to grow vegetables. What challenges did you encounter that could have prevented progress in that program that you ran in the Western Cape?
Actually, I'm not provided yet, so I'm piggybacking on the situation. The big challenge is land. So land is there. It's not that land is not available, but it's the way it's distributed. So that was the biggest one. And the second one is water. As we talk about the climate change, we do have well water, but it's very salty and full of other things that are there. So those are the 2 main things in terms of all the time when I've been trying to do what I'm doing is the land, hence the urban agriculture where we say where is the space where we can collaborate.
In terms of what Dr. Kapai mentioned, him having to forego his space in the backyard, I'm asking this in the context of the area where we're sitting now, which is a suburban area, and we're trying to do agriculture in a suburban area. In terms of municipal regulations and water use containment and all that, what were your challenges? Because water in urban areas is controlled by municipalities, and our spaces of living in urban areas are not zoned for agriculture.
Yes.
Can you comment on that?
My biggest challenge and disappointment is that we see all these big buildings, even government buildings, but you hardly see a JoJo tank. So if there could be more water that can be harvested, especially in the Western Cape, we have a high rain season, and the water just goes into the drain, then it blocks the roads and goes to the sea. So my biggest problem is that we don't harvest rainwater.
water.
Yes.
Coming to you, Fezeke, you've been on the ground, you've supported producers to use what we call modern farming or zero aggregate or soil-less production of food. What would be your advice, especially for areas like Nelson Mandela Bay municipality, where we know that Kabeja is an urban area and it houses about 1.4 million people out of the 7 million people of Eastern Cape. So what are the challenges you've encountered, but more the advantages of the system that is soil-less that you are promoting and supporting communities to understand and utilize?
Okay, thank you for the question. The challenges that we face is that to set up the aquaponics system is quite a bit pricey. Hence, we are looking at doing the plug-and-play system with the Ocean Science Department so that everyone in the community, probably average households, can have an aquaponics system so that they are able to produce in their own aquaponics systems in their own backyards, so that at least they are able to produce enough food for themselves and also for them to sell to have a surplus to sell to other community members. Because at the moment, we as INMED, we would love to put up aquaponic systems for probably all the schools that we are supporting, but the funding is a big issue, especially after COVID. So that's where the struggle is. So if we could get enough funding, we could also try to do aquaponic systems for the schools, and also maybe establish a setup where we can breed our own fingerlings so that we can supply the schools, so that probably everyone could have an aquaponic system in their own backyards.
Okay, quick one, Fezek. Crops that are produced under non-soil environments, are they not organic?
All of them are organic.
There is a myth in public, hence I'm asking you.
Oh.
So these methods can be used even for those buyers that demand organic produce.
Yes, definitely. They are all organic because remember you have the fish, so you cannot use any chemicals in your system, in fertilizer, pesticides, and all of that. But there is organic pesticides or fertilizer that you can not fertilizer, pesticides that you can use on your crops when you have stuff like aphids and stuff like that, infestations. So there is organic ones that you can use, but mostly there's no chemicals that you can use. So you can support the niche markets like your Woolworths with aquaponic systems.
We have 5 minutes. I'll take just one question from the audience. I think we've covered some of the things that are anticipated that the audience will ask them. So let's give, please give us 1 minute. I'm going to give 2 people to ask questions. Anyone in the audience? Just 2. I see the gentleman with the brown coat and the lady. Oh yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. My question goes to Sis Fezeka Machika from Inmate. Firstly, I would like to appreciate what you are doing for the schools. As a community leader, we are working with schools as ZDF. We have a challenge of food at schools because some of the kids, they don't have birth certificates. So now they are not in a database of Department of Education. So there's not enough food for all of them. So I would like to know, how do you choose your schools? Because Zamkukanya and Soweto and C are struggling to have for kids to have birth certificates. so that they can be on a database. And Zamkukanya is about to close because the number of kids are less. So I would like to know that how can you assist those two schools? Thank you so much.
My question would be to Mama Lillian. You mentioned that you've been 20 years active in this work. So how would you then define this concept of sustainability? What has kept you sustained to do the work the way you do it in your way? How would you define sustainability?
Okay. So for you, Fezek, how can you help those schools and more schools through your program? Ma'am Lillian, your definition of sustainability based on practical work you've done and your experiences in making sure that what you've been doing exists still today.
Okay, thank you, Sisi, for the question. We work very closely with the Department of Education, and they're the ones that usually give us the list of the schools that we can work with. So, according to what the names that you've mentioned, the schools that you've mentioned, we do not have them on the list that we have. So I'll probably take it up with them and inquire and take the issues that you've just brought up about the two schools, and then just try to see what we can do as InMed to intervene in the situation. Thank you.
May Lillian?
Okay. One of the things that we do well is collaboration and teamwork. And I just want you to remain with this one. What team stands for, it means together, everyone achieve more. So those are the things that keep us going. But even before we had the Millennium Development Goals and the Sustainable Development Goals, it was about what is the problem on the ground and how do you address that with the community, not just coming in and saying, I'm bringing this solution and that solution. And the last one is working closely with I will call them sponsors. For instance, the model that we work with was to look at what is the problem, go and pitch to the sponsor and say, this is what we could do. Can you maybe sponsor this kind of program? We will then take it upon ourselves to teach the people, and then your name will be the one that is appearing. I mean, all mutually know how it is. So it's about that kind of thing. But for me, collaboration, and teamwork with your team, with other people. Competition doesn't really belong in our situation. It should be cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panelists for bringing those practical experiences on the ground of doing what we want to do to secure food and mitigate the climate change impact at a small scale farming level. And thank you to the audience for giving us a board that says no time left.
Okay,
So
maybe
thank you very much
sorry,
to the audience.
no time left. Just to share with you, I'm still a student with GSB, UCT, where I'm studying how can we promote more people with disabilities to do urban agriculture. Because what I'm doing now, they can sit on their wheelchairs. We have created something where they are able to work. So when I say nobody to be left behind, I mean it. Sorry, miss.
Thank you. We can engage all three of them during our networking sessions to get more about what they're doing on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to now break for lunch. Please note that we will be back at exactly 1:15. The next session is going to begin at 1:15. Please be back in the room. If you are not back in the room, we are going to have to start without you. And that is simply because our next two speakers have other commitments and we need to stick to the allocated times. So please enjoy the lunch, stretch your legs, use the bathrooms, but please be back at 1:15. Thank you. If I don't say professor or doctor, I mean no offense. It's just not written here. So thank you very much.
No, all good, program director. I know that in Bruce's space that you're not using academic titles in any case, isn't it? And I assume that's the right thing to do. You pick and choose. Yeah. Though, thanks, colleagues. Let me just take off my jacket. It may be a bit more comfortable. So, I must say that this idea of building collaborations and relations across various social partners, like the NMF, our university, Old Mutual, ShopRite, the United Nations and other agencies associated with this, and then of course both broader civil society and NGOs, and private and public units and outfits, and local community members, and also, of course, our students and our staff. And I've listened to some of the inputs in the previous panel. Amazing work. Very, very important. And the combinations of the two organizing concepts, the one around, food systems, and the other, around the question of climate change, it wouldn't be an overstatement to regard them as probably one of the two most important areas of work, given where our politics and our planet is going in contemporary times. So we have had, and this is not going to be a substantive input, I just have to talk about the relationships between us and the Mandela Foundation and the other agencies as well. So as a university, we are regarded as part of the Mandela family of legacy institutions, and ever since our name changed in 2017, of course, the outgoing and incoming vice chancellors put forward a council think piece, and in that council think piece suggested the different ways in which the university can work the name of Mandela through research, learning and teaching, and of course engagement as well. And then our council also approved, I think late in 2019, the Transdisciplinary Institute for Mandela Studies as a way to pursue Mandela as a form of an academic expression, but also Mandela beyond the personal figure, but Mandela as the social figure. So meaning that it's not about the idea of a non-critical stance towards the name and the person, but at what interface of social reality, memory, and history can we do productive work around this particular name? And as we were chatting over lunch as well, in contemporary times, the rise of global racism, planetary challenges, structurally anchored forms of discrimination, socioeconomic inequalities on the rise, gender inequities, that name and the way in which it can be mobilized becomes more important. So our relationship with the foundation is very, very crucial for us. And of course, through the foundation, also connect with other agencies, Bruce, like our private sector, companies involved here today. Many, many thanks for co-traveling with us, and also, civil society organizations and others as well. And we have thought that if we work closer with the NMF, we can also link into the social justice imperative and social justice networks of the foundation, and of course also connect with the university, and through that connect with the partnerships that the foundation have developed as well. So we signed an MOU in 2020, around the question of scholarship, social justice advocacy, research, and human rights activities as well. As you may well know, our university also very rooted in that. And out of those particular discussions, then the notion of climate change, food sovereignty, food security, sustainable food systems, out of those discussions then emerge this particular area of focus that we are talking about today and tomorrow. And of course, our strategic partnership will also have to move beyond the legacy of Mandela itself and across various, knowledge and socioeconomic fields that we are working in as well. Now, our university has a peculiar, and we test it out in experimental space. Bruce always say it's messy, it's experimental, you must be prepared to fail, learn from your failures, and in fact, one may want to write the ideal of the university from the perspective of failures and what it is not achieving, And of course, the idea that we can write our narratives from the perspective of failures is not something that comes very easily to us, but it's something as a workable principle for the way in which we try to operate. And in that, of course, have a framework where we try to test whether the university's stature as an institution can't be disrupted by engaging as an equal citizen with other citizens in the space of community and other social type of interventions that we put into place, and which we call the hubs of convergence. They're like an equalizing form of engagement where you literally, how can one say, you disintegrate your historical persona to be able to engage better with the communities and the people in whose name you exist as an institution. Now, of course, everybody says that the university must lose its ivory tower persona. That's true, but how does the university do that? These are the experiments that we are trying to put on the table. We, for instance, also are working very hard to see how we can get community members even on the formal structures of the university and how that interface then can work. And we may even want to extend that into the realm of private sector partners as well, and of course other civil society formations. And in this, the idea of climate change and the work that we need to do around food security is a great space in which we can test how these principles are working. There are a number of hubs now coming through as well. One of the other principles, of course, is the question of the co-construction, not only of programmatic work, but also the co-construction of knowledges and the way in which we, of course, work with community knowledges as epistemic formations in their own right. The projects that colleagues were speaking about on the panel, certainly you can see that kind of knowledge democracy and inclusive expanded epistemic flavors coming through that as well. Of course, linked to the ideals around our work that is, integrated into Agenda 2063 and, of course, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. That builds into the various kinds of values that we hold dear as a university: excellence, Ubuntu, diversity, social justice, equality, integrity, and environmental stewardship as well. Now, of course, you know much better than I do that there is a growing national and local scholarship on the question of climate change and food security, even in our own university. When you have to most prepare for notes like this, then you just quickly go into the university databases and you can see that. And we have to mobilize that kind of work because there's already existing structured, systematic knowledges available for us to do this. That's apart from the brilliant practical work and programs and projects that are in this space as well. And that work, of course, just confirmed the kind of international research around the question of climate change and how extreme weather pose severe threats to the question of food security, via the, say for instance, the World Bank reports and so on, and how, the fragile food chain, is extremely vulnerable to changing weather patterns, quoting from the same report as well. So in our own space, of course, one of our students, Dungere Kola, in 2021, of course, completed a research master's project. I was actually checking whether he may not be in the program as well. And he had a set of very, very practical research questions. I'm not going to share that with you. It's a particular report that is readily available, but dealing with the idea of climate change and its impact on food security. And very, what one can say, astute findings with real practical solutions attached to those. Now, at the planetary scale, the project that the partners here are engaging with is massive. It has to do with an existential crisis, that the globe is facing on so many fronts. But at a real level, also with the minute, question of human suffering and human survival at the level of the local, So there is such a big connection between the individual question of food security within a particular household to the question of climate change at the planetary scale. And of course, in between those, there will be all these projects that try to bridge those particular kinds of different, distances, and in that interplay, then provide for ways in which one can more or less achieve the positive objectives of both, that is to work against, negative climate change, but also to work to advance, better food secure systems as well. And that work is, in the way in which these kinds of collaborations need to work together, that work is going to be defining for the future that is approaching us, around the corner. Now, of course, ma'am, you related to this idea of the importance of collaboration. In our university, we call it a relationality. Very, very important. That this work is not going to fall into place in any meaningful way that shift the massive needles in the right direction if we don't take hands and co-travel. And that goes for our private sector organizations, the public sector, the higher education sector, social movements, civil society, and non-governmental organizations as well. And it has always been, almost like the work of love, like the idea of a political conception of love, that this work needs to happen, and a political notion of justice, that needs to come in here. And the two notions, of course, they work together so well. So from our side, many, many thanks for co-traveling, many, many thanks for the generosity of spirit, for bringing your insights to the table, for us to be a student, learner, educator, all in one at the same time. And of course, for just making time to engage at the level of both, programmatic, small-scale interventions up to medium-scale, large-scale interventions. That, of course, is entangled with the bigger planetary challenge that we need to engage with. And, of course, to the foundation, all the other partners here, many, many thanks as well. And, of course, to Bruce and the team for knocking this together. Many, many thanks for choosing our university to walk with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now call to the stage Prof. Darrell, who will be giving the keynote address. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I now inevitably have the question, why am I Prof? And Andre just got to be Andre. So I'm a little bit worried about that. But anyway, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much. I just want to set my timer here so that I don't go over time. So let me first appreciate the panel that I listened to before lunch. And also thank them for their insights, because that also then forced me to change everything that I was going to say this afternoon. So, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, because it means, that as an audience and as participants, we are maturing in how we are approaching the topic. So, when I was asked to do this presentation here today, I was given more or less a clean slate as to what it is that I want to say. Now, those of you who know me from the university will know that I am in information technology with the Center for Community Technologies, and one of my colleagues said to me the other day, when I think of you, I don't think of a person in information technology, I think of you as community. And I thought that was a huge compliment when someone says that to you. So this morning, as I opened the newspaper to read the local newspaper, it struck me that there were two very prominent articles focusing on climate change. And the one read, the headline was, "Drought in Central South Africa may lead to 10% jump in maize meal price." So I looked at that and I thought, okay, well, let me read more to see, what this is about. So obviously, as they unpack how the maize meal price is determined, we need to realize that the impact of climate change is driving the cost of animal feed, of course, in terms of maize meal. And that has a knock-on price increase on many other products, including meat, eggs, and animal proteins, etc. So sometimes we seem to think about climate change just here on our doorstep, and we don't think about the bigger picture. The other very interesting headline, and it's something that I never would have thought about, was "Bay hit with puzzling jellyfish influx." So along the coastline, there are a number of species of jellyfish that are being washed out onto the shores. And they went into the classification. I decided I will not try and give the names of those because it's all the very biological names. But the bottom line of this is, as a result of climate change and the impact on the ocean, these jellyfish are caught up in breakers and they cannot swim against the stream, so they are being washed out onto the shore. Now that, of course, also has a knock-on effect, because ultimately, if the jellyfish starts dying out, then some of the fish species cannot actually live, and impacts on the fishing industry, etc., etc. So I think there are a lot of unintended consequences of climate change that we are not even vaguely aware of. So that then got me thinking. And as I was listening to the colleagues earlier on during the panel discussion, I thought, how does climate change threaten our human rights as individuals? Because I'm sure that's not something that we necessarily think about. We think about food insecurity and things like that, but what about our human rights as a human being? So it actually threatens us in the sense that the effective enjoyment of things like access to life, water, sanitation, food, health, housing, self-determination, culture, and development. So basically the essence of being human is being threatened by climate change. Something very important, however, and part of the Bill of Rights, is that governments and states have a human rights obligation to prevent the foreseeable adverse effects of climate change and ensure that those affected by it, particularly those in vulnerable situations, have access to effective remedies and means of adaptation to enjoy lives of human dignity. Now today we've heard about food insecurity, access to water, droughts, fires, etc. Does that actually give us human dignity? We've just been through an extensive drought here in Nelson Mandela Bay, and we know what the impact of that was. And that was certainly not always a dignified experience at all. So then if we move on from there and we look at the connections between climate change, food insecurity, and conflict, an even more interesting scenario unfolds. Now, if I had to ask how many of you have thought about conflict in the context of climate change, I'm sure not too many people, because that is something that we really and truly do not think about. So when we think about conflict, so let's think about, I don't want to go to Palestine, Gaza, all of that, but for lack of a better example at this point in time, Ukraine and all of those places, we know that conflict destroys crops. It actually impacts on the fishing industry. There's impact on how the seas are being accessed, fresh water being accessed and being available. And then if we have shifting weather patterns together with that, we also have pests that are spawning. And all of this then results in an acute food insecurity. And the stats are quite scary. In 2022, 174 million people had acute food insecurity. Now that is almost impossible for us to imagine. I came across a quote by Antonio Guterres recently where he said, "Where wars rage, hunger reigns, whether due to displacement of people, destruction of agriculture, damage to infrastructure, or deliberate policies or denial." The irony of the situation is that the 14 most at risk countries for climate change are currently suffering as a result of conflict. So what does that tell us? So it was interesting listening earlier on, and Bruce triggered some thoughts in my mind about the fourth industrial revolution and climate change in terms of that. Because, yes, as Bruce said, when we think about the fourth industrial revolution, we think about job loss and employment loss and so forth. But surely there ought to be some positive elements in the 4IR as well. How can we use that to our advantage to actually fight climate change? So in the short term, I think something that is of critical importance is that we need to look at the formulation of science, technology, and innovation in the real world, so that whatever we do is not theoretical but applied to our real environment here. It is seen that a lot of the people who lack the knowledge of elementary science behind climate change are usually the ones who are in denial about climate change. And when they are removed from the reality and they're just looking at the abstract science, they are in more denial. So if we think of a practical example, and let's look at the 4IR and the Internet of Things, which is part of the 4IR, we can take cars and get manufacturers to add microchips to the cars. All new cars come out with either a microchip or a SIM card. What that allows us to do is to track tires, for example, to see how long they are on the vehicle and when do they become not usable any longer. Now all of this, you would think, okay, why? Of course, that can help with pollution. It can help with conserving energy through recycling and all of that. And those are tangible actions that we can take if we actually harness the advantages of the fourth industrial revolution. Of course, this advances at a breakneck speed, and we need to move very quickly to harness the advantages of what it is that we want. I think it's important to say that, yes, we acknowledge that the 4IR brings upheaval to society, and that a lot more is installed for us than what we are currently thinking about. But it will be good for us to commit ourselves to climbing this technology development summit and joining hands with areas like climate change to see how we can do that. technologies can be one of the biggest factors to impact and prevent climate change. And we just need to apply our minds as to how we're going to use these in a more effective and efficient manner. So I want to say that it's necessary for us as a society per se to have a vision for diffusing, developing and administering technologies to foster a more empowering and collaborative foundation for social, technological and economic development. And this should be built around shared values and understanding of the common good, human dignity and intergenerational stewardship. So if we get that right, then we can realize the vision and build a responsibility and a core challenge for ourselves for the next 50 years. The question is, what can you do? What can I do? What do we do as normal citizens? And the key there is the word citizen. I think we need to start thinking as consumers and as citizens of the country. And yes, often we think we have the likes of Old Mutual and other corporates here today, but for everyday people, the big corporates are over there at a distance. So how do we reach them? And the easiest way to do that is to exercise our rights as consumers and as citizens, and not to just be accepting of things that are being put out and distributed. So we need to consume more carefully and more consciously in what we are doing. And we should give preference to companies that act responsibly and support organizations that hold companies accountable for their environmental practices. I think it's important that we stand up and we voice our concerns. It's 2024. We are going to election polls one of these days. Have we considered which of the political parties are putting forward a political course for climate change and climate actions? Should we not exercise our vote as a citizen in terms of that as well? And then, of course, looking locally in our own city, who's committed to climate protection and in the region and in the country? So make sure that your vote also counts when thinking about the environment. Don't just vote with political sentiments, but think of the real issues that are facing us as a country. So I want to say, as I close, that you can go out onto the street and make your voice heard. We often see on television and news channels where there are huge movements internationally, and specifically in Europe, where there's controversy and we have people getting together to protest about climate change and the environmental impact. Do we have that in South Africa? No. We protest about different things, and sometimes through our protest action we cause damage to the environment as well. So I think we need to start looking at these things. So I want to say that it's time that the voices from civil society be heard far more clearly in this debate, and that we don't just have events of this nature where it is, let's call it a closed event, but that we have big rallies and outside events where lots of people can come together and we debate this. So in closing, my call to action to you is, the climate is changing, but are you changing? Are you changing in the way you live your life, both big and small? Are you helping to reduce your own personal carbon footprint? And are you putting up your hand and encouraging policymakers to act for the good of the planet? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. We are now going to go to our third session for the day, which is going to be the last dialogue session. after which we're going to have a question and answer session. So I'd like to call to the stage our facilitator, Ndombu Vuyo, from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. That was the name that we had gotten wrong earlier and Casual was apologizing for. And our panelists, Nomta Hadi from the Nelson Mandela University and Murendi Mafumo from Kusini Water. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to correct most of the things that were incorrect. So we started by my name, so it has been corrected. Then the institution, it has been corrected. I've asked the program director just to assist me identify my panelists. So I haven't done that. So I'm meeting them for the first time. So we are going to correct that as well. I'm going to greet them special. So give us a few seconds. Nice meeting you. We are back. The session I'm going to facilitate, it's session number 3. When I got the briefing, it was oceans, water, and the impact of climate change. But in the program, it's water and the impacts of climate change. Nonetheless, we'll figure it out. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Ndomovuyo Madlokazi. I work for the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. I'm based in Cape Town. I am in a branch called Oceans and Coast. In that branch, I'm in a Chief Directorate, Integrated Coastal Management and Conservation. I've been with the department, changed. You see when you draft your CV, you'll have DIA, because it was Department of Environmental Affairs then. Then that's a different department. Then it was Department of, it was DET, Environment, Environmental Affairs and Tourism. That's another different department. But I was still based in my own office, my own desk. And then we were DEFF, Department of Environment, Fisheries and Forestry. Somewhere, somehow, we realized, no. The E must be at the end. Because now, we're Department of some political organization. So we changed and became the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. I've covered various aspects within the department. I was dealing with estuaries management. One of the estuaries that we were looking at was the sword corps. People that are based in Gqeberha or Port Elizabeth, they understand. All the research on estuaries, it's either sword corps or Neisner. And then I moved from estuaries, went a little bit offshore. I was dealing with Antarctic and Southern Ocean, dealing with something totally different, research. And then now I'm responsible for marine protected areas we're conserving. So as I've been listening to the discussions, we're talking of a very sensitive issue, the water. Be it is the salty water or is the fresh water, but it is life to the biodiversity, or it's life to environment. So you'll talk to the mountain to coast or source to sea, irrespective. You know, as we come up with different terms for different programs, but you're starting from the mountain to the coast. So as you move along, you have many users. The small-scale fisher farmers, they are also one of the users. But we tend to focus on the bigger ones, your mining, your agricultural, which is your commercial ones, and then you come along. So when you talk of water, you have the dependencies. It's water for basic use for humans. It's water for ecology, which is your ecosystems, they need fresh water. Then it's water for reservoirs, the one that is being conserved. So I was looking in the status of the water. It says 98% of South African water is already allocated. So you have 2%. But my question is, does that mean that 2% is the one if there is a new development we'll allocate, or does that mean that 2% is the one that is in our reservoirs? So it's something that we need to think about. And then, as you allocate water, you tend to lose water. Because there is water that go wasted because of human impacts. You have various challenges. You have your emerging issues, your infrastructure. There are many things that we are dealing with when it comes to water issues. And then we talk of, I'm thinking of what Uput Kolile raised, and OCC there, that we need resources. Water is a resource. But in South Africa, it's when it comes to water, it's a scarce resource. So what does that mean for us? How do we manage water as the country and as the users? We say we have water, okay. Is it available? Is it accessible? What is the quality of this water? Is it treated at a primary level? Is it treated at a secondary level? When we say clean water, what is clean water? It's clean for who? It's clean at what level? And also, in terms of the emerging issues, you know, a policy development as a policymaker, there are certain things that we look at. There are certain things we say we'll adapt as we implement. We'll learn as we do. And now we have a lot of emerging, we say they are emerging issues. The infrastructure, the maintenance, the poor management. Is it an emerging issue? Is it really emerging? So those are the questions that we will need to talk to. In terms of one of the documents which was published, it talks of the poor management when it comes to water. It talks of the limited budget. Is it a budget to develop dams? Is it a budget to appoint staff for maintenance? So what is it that exactly is the issue? And we also talk of technical skills. One of the meeting we had, I think yesterday, not yesterday, Monday, where Mr. Brooks indicated that one of the communities, they had salty water. Are we thinking of desalination? Do we have skills for desalination? So when we talk of climate change now, at a country level, at a regional level, at a local level, what is it that we need to do? So I'm going to give to my panelists. I've read a lot of issues in a mixture, deliberately, in no particular sequence. I want us to talk on this issue, the impacts of climate change in our water resources. And also, we reflect on the challenges and what interventions we can come up with. So I'm gonna give you some time, introduce yourself, and then we hit the road running. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to our facilitator. My name is Namta Hadi. I am based at this very same building that you are in, so I think we should correct the fact that I should have spoken first. And welcome you all to our green building. Do note that this is a 4-star rated green building. So in terms of sustainability elements, rainwater harvesting, biodiversity management, reduced energy use, those are things that we are aspiring to do quite well on as the NMU Business School. What is it that I do here at the Business School? I am a lecturer. I present business strategy on the MBA business module, and I also present strategic maritime management. So we do have a specialized MBA qualification. It's a Master of Maritime Management. Hence, the oceans, water, and climate change initial topic for this discussion would have leaned very much closer to my area of field. I completed my PhD with NMU, and I looked at scenarios for South Africa's oceans economy towards 2060. We are in the ocean decade, and I think over the course of this morning, we've heard about the SDGs, all 16 of them, and the last one being the one that glues and that brings together all the other SDGs in the form of partnerships and collaboration. And we also are aware, or maybe something I'd like to share, is when the United Nations in 2016 transitioned from the MDGs to the 17 SDGs, the Millennium Development Society was also looking at 15 global challenges that are facing our current world. The top 2 global challenges that were highlighted are around sustainable development and climate change, which water featured mainly in, and the second challenge was that of clean water. You've highlighted, facilitator, in your presentation or in your brief introduction is, clean water for who? What is clean water, and at what level is that water clean for human consumption, but also for sustaining our livelihoods? So those are areas that I touched on in my PhD. I mainly look at the ocean's economy in its entirety. In my previous lifetime, I've worked in many areas in Gqeberha, starting from Kariega, Kwanobuhle, Langa, KwaZakhele, and there I was looking at integrated development planning, because most of the challenges that we face, whether we're speaking about water now, it does require not only a collaborated effort, but also how we intentionally integrate our plans and efforts as the various stakeholders. So that's myself in a nutshell. I think I'll give over to my neighbor to introduce himself, and then we'll dive into the questions. Thank you, facilitator.
Anyone can hear me? Okay, people can hear me now. No, it's after lunch, so it's gonna be a tough panel. I think we must get a round of Red Bulls. Round of Red Bulls, everyone. It's gonna be a tough one. So my name is Mrendeni. I come from the furthest place from here. I come from Venda. I know. Now I'm happy now. My heart is settled when I hear my language. Yeah, so it's quite a weird place to be because I'm the furthest from home, but also the furthest from an academic. So I am an entrepreneur. So I run an organization called Kusini Water. Our entire mission is to ensure that everyone has access to safe drinking water. You know, I want to tie in with two things. So one is some of the things that were mentioned from my fellow panelists, but also the previous question around the climate is changing. Are we changing as well? So what's our reactive response to this? I mean, the climate change question, or sort of the idea of climate change is the climate will change, right? It's been changing. The biggest challenge we have right now is just the human input. So all the what's the right word without being rude? All the stuff that we are doing as humans to our planet, right, is what's accelerating the degradation of our planet, right? So so therefore we are more pressed now to act now than ever before. Therefore, the biggest question is, what do we do? Because climate change, I mean, we can talk about climate change for years. The biggest question is climate justice. So climate justice talks about people that do not have access and the impact of climate change on them, and the impact of climate change on people's livelihoods, as we've seen, people's homes, as we've seen. There's towns that are right now being swept by, for example, I was in Malawi a few 2 months ago, and there's an entire town that has been buried by sand because of the big flood. So people's homes were displaced in KZN. The rich can live. Remember when we had a big fire in Knysna? What did the rich do? They went to Australia and all these places. So climate change or climate justice is about the people within, the people that are within low-income communities, so people that can't afford to escape, can't afford to live. So therefore, the biggest question is, what are we doing now? So in the organization that I work at, we're sort of trying to answer that question primarily from a perspective of access to safe drinking water. I have very controversial takes on access to safe drinking water, especially as a practitioner. One of my most controversial takes is that what people need to pay for water. But the question is, what's the value of water? All right? What's the actual value of the water that people need to pay for? While we're addressing climate justice when it comes to access to drinking water, how do we ensure that we are not making people pay for water because there needs to be a value ascribed to water, but we're not leaving others behind? So my biggest job is to ensure that communities that don't have any connectivity to water, communities that will be most affected by the climate injustice, have access to safe drinking water and are resilient to it. So sorry, I forgot the term. The term, what's the term? There's a term that you just, no, the term that you just used now of bringing communities along. So I forgot the term. So therefore, when we are building tools, systems, hardwares, and software for access to safe drinking water, which is what we do, the biggest question is, how do we then ensure that the communities are resilient? PE is a great example of that. Cape Town is a great example of that a few years ago, but at least in Cape Town they've got money, so they're fine. Farmers can afford to give water to people. I don't know where they get the water from, but they can afford to give water. So therefore, how do we ensure that we can build the systems that are resilient, that's my job. Funny enough, in my previous life, I used to work at the city of Cape Town as a water scientist. So maybe I'm part of the problem, right? And then I worked at Johannesburg Water, again as a water scientist. So therefore, in the organization that I run right now, with the help of Dr. Bruce, who said to me I must call him Bruce, with the help of Bruce, we're answering the question of 11 million people do not have access to safe drinking water in the country, right? Therefore, we're not just going to drill a borehole and give them water. That's not resilience. As soon as the drought comes, as soon as the drought also a flood comes because of climate change, that borehole is going to be washed away. So how do you then build boreholes? But on top of that, resilience, community resilience. Communities are able to wake up in the morning and continue to have the water flowing. How do you ensure that the communities themselves know how to maintain that borehole when we're not there? Right now, we impact on a daily basis maybe 220,000 people that get water from us. We've created over 226 jobs just from water alone. So therefore, the biggest question that we've got right now is, how do we build resilience for those communities where we are working right now? And how do we ensure that we don't have to go back to redo the job? How do we ensure that once the job is done, next week the pump doesn't pack up because there's no one who's able to maintain it in the community? So therefore, my job is to ensure that we can do it once, do it right, and become resilient and ensure that communities can themselves maintain, run, and grow these things. Desalination, that's what we're going to have to do now. We've got two sites right here. I don't know, maybe you guys have discussed it. In Zwide, salt is too high, so we're going to do small-scale desalination. I mean, imagine some of the people that we're working with here. We have to now train everyone to know about desalination. That's skills that we're going to develop locally. That's skills that are going to stay locally. Hopefully, that's going to help them to go do desalination in East London or in other parts of the country. Wait, was that an introduction? I don't even know what that was. But the point is, right now, my job is to ensure that one, communities are resilient, but two, communities have access to safe drinking water. I live in Fourways, so some of you guys that know Johannesburg, Fourways, across the road from Fourways is Diepsloot. I mean, I've got a daughter who's 6 years. She wakes up in the morning, she opens the tap, water comes out, right? But across the road in Diepsloot, that's not the case. So therefore, my job is to ensure that the daughters on the other side of exactly the same place that I live in have the same access. So that's my job. And so that's the introduction. We still haven't figured that out yet. How are we going to ensure that everyone in Diepsloot has access to safe drinking water? Maybe we need money as well. Yeah, that could be it. So that's an introduction. Maybe the mic will come back to me, but that's a little bit about me.
Thank you very much, the panelists. They've raised critical issues. I'm going to start with Mrs. Nomta. She spoke of the clean water, the SDGs, the change, but the question is, the SDGs came from, I think they were established in 2015, 2016. The target is 2030. Now we are sitting here, we're trying to catch up, because that's what we are doing. We are trying to catch up as if we were not aware. Now that we are trying to catch up, I think maybe the reason we are catching up is that now the impacts are visible. We have evidence. We kind of like had all the research. This is caused by this is caused by that. But 2024, we say at least we have an understanding. We've seen the drought. We've experienced the floods. So we have a tangible evidence. But now, in terms of us catching up, what is it that we need to do? I don't want us in this session talk of collaborations. Collaborations, the first session they spoke of collaborations. We need action. We are running out of water. infrastructure is collapsing. The quality of water is decreasing. The stats says in 1993, we had a good water quality, but it has decreased around 2015 to 84%. But from 2015 up until 2022, we're at 64%. The question is, what could be the cause? What is it that we need to do? Because it's affecting the production, the livelihood. I'm happy how the program is structured, because we started by defining and understanding the climate change. We went into what is happening on the ground, and now we are dealing now with the enabler. Because they can plant, but if there's no water, there's nothing. So now we are dealing with a very sensitive matter, water resource. How do we make sure at least by 2030 we contribute something? We were given 15 years to do something. Now we are only left with 6 years. So 9 years we've been doing research, I'm assuming, or we wanted to see what is happening, and now we have an evidence to say these are the effects of climate change. The species have moved from Western Cape to Eastern Cape. You no longer get a certain types of fish, you only get somewhere. So those are the things. Dams are drying out. There are a lot of things. And also, while you are thinking of what is it that we need to do to address the issue, in as much as we're saying climate change, it's an emerging issue, we also have other emerging issues in terms of scales. We are talking of desalination, which is at a small scale. But there was a desalination which was constructed at Pisang Estuary. What happened to it? I remember I provided comments on that. I said, no, let's not have it there. But you know, we had it there. But what is happening? So I want us to quickly talk to that. Over to you.
Thank you so much. The targets, I must be honest, and I don't know if most of you in the room have seen that we've now shifted. We're at 2050. With that said, though, it doesn't mean that there are no immediate actions that need to be done. I think you've heard some of the panel members highlighting and stressing the pressures that we as human beings have exerted on the environment, and hence the need for urgency or for rapid action now and not later. Before I go to your direct response as to what is it that we need to do, I do want to briefly highlight on the issue of skills. Yeah, that's a very thorny issue. So I came across the first water desalination plant in 2008. That was in Knysna. So that's the first water desalination plant that we had in the country. Back then, we didn't have issues around energy. So there's ESCOM, load shedding issues, and even then, we were not being warned that the next war will be around water or natural resources. So fast forward to 2024, do we still have the skills and the capabilities needed to run not a small-scale water desalination plant? Let's just say a water desalination plant that can provide water to the 2.5 million residents that we've got within Gqeberha. No, we do not. Why do I say that? First of all, the water desalination process. So we look at extracting water from the ocean, removing the salt within that. That's a very high energy intensive process. We don't have the clean energy to run those facilities as yet. Secondly, when we then temper, excuse the use of that word, but when we disrupt the ocean system, we spoke earlier on issues around food security. So we extract water, the salinity levels within the ocean or the saltiness in the ocean also increases. That will also negatively affect the fisheries. We've seen some studies that have shown some species do die as a result of the high salinity levels. So water desalination, is it a solution? Maybe, but we do need more skills. We do need more understanding, and we also do need an entire value chain that will respond or feed into that. I'm happy that we've got an entrepreneur here. He understands the value chain system. So if we talk about a water desalination plant, from the pumps right up until the cubing, are we there at a level where we can say we've got local manufacturers that will feed into that water desalination process? That's something that we really also need to work or hurry up around. In terms of water challenges that we have, you highlighted, Rebecca, we didn't learn or we didn't pay attention to the warning signals when George or Cape Town had the water restrictions and the water outage issues. As a result, 10 years later, we still have those challenges in the same country, neighboring provinces. I guess it's our human nature, like you mentioned, seeing is believe it. It must happen in your house or in your tap for you to act urgently. So in my home, we've got 4 people. The 2 children and myself do understand the issue around the water restrictions. We just have a very stubborn father in the house. He refuses to take a shower with a bucket and the shower head. So once again, we do not cut back on the water consumption that we use as human beings. That's an example. And also in terms of reusing and recycling our water, before we even get to the issue of clean water, we've seen these basins over a toilet sinister, and there's also other alternatives. Very few plumbing shops have got those type of basins, and very few households have got the basins where you can wash, use that water to flush. So basically, just on a normal day-to-day practice, we are not cutting back on the water consumption, and we're not reusing and recycling our water. Last but not least, water saving tips and incentivizing people in terms of the water saving tips. So research has been done. We have been warned about climate change. We do know that we as human beings are exacerbating the problem, but we are not listening to the research. Unless it's an issue of us researchers also using big terminology. I won't cite what Bruce mentioned earlier on, but the research is not being simplified and being taken seriously by the very residents that we want to work hand in hand with in terms of reducing the water challenges. And yeah, I'll stop there for now and I'll give over to my neighbor.
Yeah, so indicators. So there's this thing called what do you call this? Indicator tracker? The SA indicator tracker. So they constantly are updating our indicators. So last year, if I'm not mistaken, was the first UN water in 30 years. So we had the first UN water last year to keep track of the SDG 6 for access to water. I think South Africa, we had 83% on our access indicator. But you guys, I wanna ask you something. Do you guys know how many liters are in one burger? Anyone, a guess, yeah, like one burger from McDonald's. Just to, liters, plus minus. Per burger, one burger. No, 2,500. 2,500 liters in total per burger. From processing to eating, getting one burger, 2,500 liters. Why is that the case? Because we don't ascribe proper value to water. So if we had ascribed a good value to water, we would find better ways of making burgers. If we ascribe good value to water, we would shower with the bucket. But because I'm paying nothing, I don't see it. I don't feel it. That's one. That's one of the things, that we don't ascribe a proper value to water. We don't have 2,500 liters. It will take just a few swimming pools, Olympic swimming pools, to make a few burgers. You must continue swimming. So for us to imagine how much water that represents for communities that have to walk average for 4 kilometers to get water, right? Right? So, and the biggest reason why that's the case is because we have not ascribed a good value in our head first. 52% of our water is non-revenue in this country. We are losing that money. One, we don't pay for it because we have to give water to a certain extent, but most of it is lost in the pipe, in the pipeway. And that's because everywhere in all of our levels, we don't ascribe a proper value to water. We don't have a good rent value to water, a good emotional value to water. South Africa obviously is one of the most special countries. We are special, but we're special in many other ways because one of the few countries in the world that is both economically and physically water scarce. We get about 440 millimeters of rain per annum. Globally, 990 millimeters of rain per annum. So we are physically water scarce. At the same time, 11 million people don't have water because of just the economics. If you look at how we're thinking about water in Cape Town during the drought, the whole Atlantis, not Atlantis seaboard, the aquifer, the big aquifer. The whole time we're building the aquifer, the whole time we're building all the desalination plants, none of this was thinking how we're going to get the community in Makaza to be hooked into the water network. No. We weren't thinking about these communities to be hooked into the same network that we're building. We're ensuring that the networks in Constantia, the networks that are already running, that are giving some revenue to the municipality, continuously get water. So therefore, the first question that we need to ask ourselves in the indicators themselves is, what's the proper value that we're going to ascribe to water? That's number one. Number two, therefore, if we have got a proper value that I've ascribed to it, what are the corrective actions that I can take to ensure that I can live up to that value? So desalination is, just for the purposes of scale, roughly it costs us at Kusini Water about 3.80 rand to produce a kiloliter, right? Roughly 3.80 rand. It takes about 34 rands to produce a kiloliter from desalination. So therefore, it doesn't make sense, right? It wouldn't make sense for communities, let alone the skills, just the cost of producing it, cost of electricity, the cost of the chemicals and everything is just too high. So therefore, if we go and get the right value, and the right person pays for the right value, the farmer pays the right value. That's why the farmers can afford to hold on to water and hog the water, the commercial farmers. That's why they can afford to hold on to water and give when they want to. But that's what they can afford to hold on to it because they haven't ascribed a good value to it. Otherwise, they would go find better ways of getting water. They would find more commercially viable ways of getting the water. So maybe that's the first point about indicators, is that we need to, in our minds, create a proper value for water. Secondly, we need to be thinking about, as we are creating resilience within communities, especially high-income communities, how do you hook that value back into low-income communities as well? Maybe I didn't come up with a solution. I will come up with a solution in the next time I speak.
It seems like we have a glimpse of intervention we can use in the process, but it means we still have a long road to understand the impacts of climate change. So this is an opportunity, as we are sharing all this information, as we are learning from each other, to say, policymakers, please support, work with communities, partner with private sector, with academia, to make sure that the communities understand the value of this scarce resource. Because now it's like, I want, it's a must, it's my right. But the rights have limitations. So that's the first thing that we need to do. Secondly, the day zero and nearly day zero, we've learned something. Because Cape Town, we never went to day zero, but it was always like, we are nearly getting there. So it means there was an action that was put in place, there were restrictions, there were tips that we needed to implement. We need to have a session or awareness, outreach to communities to say, let's look at these things. How can we change our behavior? Because it seems like we need to change a behavior here. It's a social issue. So that's another thing. And the fact that we have information, you see the technology is very nice. It puts everything like here. Can we change our mindset to say, instead of doing all other funny things, can we start to look at this planet, at these resources and impacts of climate change? How can we change our behavior so that we benefit? Because now we are all saying we're in a crisis. But in terms of putting actions and planning, we have a challenge. I'm not sure whether we do not want to act or we are scared to act, but you read all the documents, here are the recommendations, here are the actions. But no one is kind of like, I'm not sure whether we are scared to fail. And I think one of the speaker, I think it was the vice DC, ne? He said we need to fail. Failure is part of life. It's part of the process. So those are the things that I believe that as this community, we need to engage on real issues. We need to act. In as much as we learn, we have evidence. In as much as we plan, we started to implement. There is no way that we'll say, up until I have 10 rand, I will start. Start with your 2 rand. Start with your knowledge. Do something. I think we will end it there. Thank you very much. I have 2 minutes. Quick questions. 2 questions.
Yeah, we are
Yeah,
having a Q&A now.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to our facilitator. Thank you to you guys as the audience who have sat through this very, very overwhelming information sharing session. It's been a very long day. So now we are going to go into our question and answer session for the day. So if you have a question that you had forgotten about earlier on that you would like to ask to any of the speakers that we have had today, of course, given that they are still around, now would be the time to ask that question. If you have a comment that you feel that you would like to express for the audience, now would be the time. So I will start taking hands. We have Bruce, number 1. We have the gentleman with the camera, number 2. Sorry about that. Yes, Victor. Okay, great. Do we have a third taker for this round? Third. Okay, great. We can take those 3 for now, and then we'll open it up once more.
Chair, just make sure someone times the timekeeper when she speaks.
Of course, thank you.
So I think my first comment here before is, I think, you know, when you hear so much greatness in a room, I always sit with tension. Tension is that the one caution in my own mind is that let's not create middle class solutions for solutions of the populace again. I say this because context matters. From our work with Kuseni and the Bowls, there's a suggestion of a triple helix community marginalization that's taking place. The first level of marginalization is what we term in now pre-democracy. And that's where the majority of South Africa's population was marginalized because of their skin color. Socially, politically, culturally, and economically. Then we have post-democracy marginalization. That is where the services that the political agenda was supposed to meet was not met. And you're having growing frustration in communities at that, not reaping the benefit of that democracy. And then the third one that we've learned now from the Kuseni project is in-community marginalization. When communities are layered, they're complex. And part of what has emerged is this notion of economic empowerment for a select few in the community via SMMEs and the tension that that causes. And so we really need to be mindful in thinking that it's a very simple type of solution that we're looking at. It has to be complex, it has to be nuanced, it has to factor in all those historical and contemporary challenges. I think that a triple helix marginalization model can help us think through. I was privileged to attend Kuseni's recognition of the water champions. And one of the speakers spoke of, and I think this is a phrase I think we need to look at, the intersection of the social entrepreneur and social justice program. Because water in South Africa is a social justice issue. But can we commercialize it to such an extent that it then becomes inaccessible to the majority of the population? I think what I learned, my own knowledge was shifted, is that it's possible if it's done in a very inclusive, generative way, and not on a model that seeks to be extractionist, where someone is just looking to gain the maximum. And I think the colleague from Old Mutual spoke about new models of engagement as well. So having heard all of this and having reflected now and while listening, I am both tense and excited. And that's the perfect place for an academic to be, because there's a gap.
Yeah.
Now we've got a gap.
That must be filled.
And so the question for these 2 days then is the question we asked earlier. How are we going to fill the gap with the knowledge that emerges here, not what we think we know? And I'm excited about then what the suggestions would be tomorrow of a new posture. And I think it's a posture that has to critique all our approaches. We have to really think about how we engage. How do we make sure that our businesses are successful? How do we ensure that our universities, as our Vice Chancellor says, work from a sitting position with all actors in society? How do we think of approaches that are meaningful? What makes our job a bit easier, Chairperson, is that we don't try to fix anything, but we're now starting to posture ourselves as an engagement office in making a meaningful contribution, not fix anything. And I think that posture is helping us think really, how do we learn, even in spaces that we find ourselves tensing as learning from young people. And I think Kuseni is how do we work with Kuseni now instead of competing with them. Because you know, when you Gautengers come here into the Eastern Cape, we don't like to work. You don't like to work here because you call us problematic. And it's about in and out. So it took time to sit with Gashwell. It took time to sit with Morendi to say, but there's a value system here that has generated leaders that have ran the world that we're forgetting about. And that's the approach. I think we've got the scientists, no doubt we've got brilliant scientists and economists amongst us. But there's that African value system that has got assimilated. And I think perhaps that's the root. Because if we deny there's gross inequality, if we deny the gap is still wide, we flog in the dead horse. So that's the newness and excitement, intention. I say intention, Chair, that we'll participate. So perhaps someone can resolve that tension. I can sleep well tonight. I'll be very glad, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Bruce. I'm just thinking about, first of all, when you say triple helix, I had to go back to my days of natural sciences, because that's where I first heard the concept, with the DNA and RNA and double helix and, all of that. So thank you for taking me back. But with this idea around engagement, I think it's a very important aspect of the work that we are trying to do. Also taking into consideration this triple helix element that you speak of, because what often happens in our communities is that because we have not had enough engagement, we actually find it very difficult to even relate to the problems that each of us have as different communities. I know that this is a concept that has been used a lot in our politics lately, this idea of a national question, that as South Africa we need to understand what our national question is and therefore develop a solution for whatever that would be. And what that would assist us with is that we sort of become together in understanding what our problems are, and we come together in solving for our problems. And therefore, this issue of the triple helix is, to a significant extent, a result of the fact that we have not had this engagement. And so it becomes very, very important for institutions like the Nelson Mandela University to have the office such as yours. It becomes very important for organizations like the Nelson Mandela Foundation, which is trying to foster dialogue around these conversations. We also have a department, the Department of Dialogue and Advocacy. We have some of their representatives here today. And it becomes very important for society to come together and actually have these discussions so that we can be able to figure out a way forward which is not going to force us to try and reduce the struggles of the other. So the next question was from Victor. After Victor, we'll take your question and then Taylor. Or were you the second?
No, it was Victor, but I just have the mic.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So I have to don my academic hat whilst keeping the camera aside. So I've got, it's like a double-barrel question. So one of them would go to Randy from Kusini Water. And then the other one would be more of general. So maybe I'll start with the general. So the university, our university, the Mandela University, is trying to position itself as a university at service to the community, And it is very interesting when I found out about the problem the community had and how far the solution had to come, whereby the solution wasn't even coming from the university. So then my question is, especially in the issues of water, usually like I've seen, even when you go to the ocean sciences, you go to SEON and so on, mostly I know it's heavily on the biology side. People are looking at the fishes and but stuff like chemistry, like salinity, or when you go like more into the Eastern Cape, which I did like 2 weeks ago, where most of the groundwater there is high in minerals. Now it's even totally different, So going to my question is, how do we get the private sector to collaborate with the university to like kind of even establish like home-based research centers, in collaboration? Now we can grow skills, we can teach people, we can have more engagements, How do we do that whereby, so I'm struggling to see where the community needs solution and then they go to like private, where we have like a university right there that could be like an intermediate, you know, maybe like an early warning center. I don't know, something. So how do we collaborate, you know? And then my second question now is on the kind of solutions that we have. So most of the solutions, like with the desalination and all that, usually we approach them from the macro perspective. So you're trying to build a big station and then you pump it to different people. And then the idea that came to my mind was to, I'm lucky enough to be alive when if you wanted to make a phone call, you had to go to like a telephone center and then you get credits and then you use the phone and then you leave. And I feel like we're still using the same strategy with water. How do we decentralize some of the solutions? So if the problem is clean drinking water, how do we come up with technologies? So even like research centers now and technologies that can allow people to purify their water at home for drinking and use the water from the tap for other stuff that doesn't really require that level of purity, because I think someone made that comment when you say clean water, clean for who? So the purity for someone farming is different from someone consuming. So I feel like we're still on the telephone center strategy with water. We have this big center, then we try to do it, and now we need to lay infrastructure, pump the water to your house, and then hopefully the quality of the water does not degrade over time. So, but why don't we decentralize it? Maybe that way it will be easier to get the daughter across the road to drink clean water than trying to like lay the infrastructure, because currently we know we have those issues. Maybe it could be a short-term solution. I'm not saying it's a long-term solution, but it could be quicker to implement, like how our cell phones, now nobody needs to go to telephone centers anymore. You can use your cell phones from anywhere you are. So why don't we start looking at solutions that way, with the help of private sector, of course. So that's my contribution.
Thank you for that, Victor. Do any of you don't require a response from.
Well, I did ask a question, like how does the private, like what would be required to get the private sector to come collaborate with the university? Because currently we don't have, from the best of my knowledge, we don't have any research center, especially like dealing with quality, water quality with regards to consumption and so on at the university. So people do a lot of stuff on the water. We look at the legal stuff and everything, but we don't have any. So I can't think of someone trying to bring up a new ways of desalination of water. But if private sectors have such solutions, how do we bring it to the university? How do we then R&D around those ideas and see how can we even make it more accessible, So, but you have to start with what is available. So I just want to hear from a business perspective, like a private sector, what would it require?
Okay, no, thank you very much. I think, Morendi, I'll give you a chance to reply to that now, and then we can move on to the other two questions. Yeah, I'm saying that. So after Morendi gives the answer, you go, and then Taylor, and then Samantha.
Yeah, so, I mean, I wonder if I even have an answer to that, because I think the answer is probably on the other side, which is probably more on the university side. Because when we started, we collaborated with the University of Johannesburg. And the reason why that's the case is because University of Johannesburg sort of made a call to small businesses that are within the engineering space to come and collaborate with them. So oftentimes there needs to be this call to action. The reason why we are sitting here is because of a very long loop, which was a project needed to be done. A partner that could do the project needed to come on board. So it was the case of a funder going to Nelson Mandela Foundation going to an implementer, and then coming back to the university, which is quite a long route to travel. So therefore, there needs to be some action on the other side. Because small businesses, we have bread and butter issues, which are different to universities, which is, how am I going to keep my lights on tomorrow? How am I going to pay salaries tomorrow? So therefore, my first instinct would be to go look for opportunities that allow for bread and butter to be sorted first. So therefore, universities can also, that are on the other side, that don't necessarily have the similar kind of bread and butter issues, are the ones that should be reaching out to, is calling out to small businesses. Because I think if we were to say we've succeeded in this project, is me never coming back to PE. That's when I know that this project has succeeded. Never ever coming back, because the water is just going to be flowing all the time. The quality is going to be unquestionable, and the next site is going to be done, and the next site is going to be done. That's when I know that we've succeeded in this project. So therefore, maybe what we need to do is to make the gates and the walls of the universities less intimidating. Maybe take them down completely. You guys remember Cape Technicon back in the day? There was no walls, there was no fence. Now there is walls and fences, so it's intimidating to come in. So therefore the university can put out calls, or other institutions too. The government also should put out calls. And these calls should be to partner or to fund or to think like this. And I think this is quite a great opportunity because you've raised the question. So maybe I'd take the ball back to the university and to other partners as well, including Old Mutual, if they are here.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Murendeni. Okay, so we are going to take the last few questions. It's going to have to be 4. That's number 1, number 2, Taylor, number 3, Samantha, and number 4. After that, guys, we're going to have to move to the closing part of day 1. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. I'm directing my question to Mr. Ntenye from Old Mutual. This was a question for the first session. So my question is regarding the insurance part, and he mentioned how climate change is affecting insurance companies. So I want to ask Old Mutual, as an insurance broker, what role does Old Mutual play in helping small-scale farmers, since they are the ones that are suffering mostly and don't have or legal have to pay insurance on a monthly basis? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very precise. Thank you. That's Taylor.
Okay, so my name is Taylor and I'm also from the Nelson Mandela Foundation. I'm quite a layman in this room. I don't really engage a lot with climate justice, but I did study international relations. So from that perspective, I think my question is quite political, but also super basic. I am directing it toward Murendi or possibly Dr. Bruce, whichever feel fitting that they could answer it. But this is specifically considering the fact that in climate change today, and specifically in South Africa, we usually approach things from a very grassroots and community-based level of problem solving and planning and strategy. But we live in a very capitalistic society, and a very emerging capitalistic society where we have a very big economic gap in our country, and people have very different livelihoods. Most are extremely poor, and then you have a rising middle class and a very small bit of an elite that are still trying to rise within that capitalistic system. And the capitalistic system doesn't really go in line or in tandem with climate change policies and what we're trying to achieve. So on a very basic level, my question is, just from a more of an understanding perspective, is how do you guys suggest that we are able to develop and become more green, specifically maybe even if it's in a personal pursuit or even a political pursuit? How do we become more green in a capitalistic society? I find that every time a policy or something is mentioned, there's always a push and pull with that capitalism in the back of my mind, that these things sound easy, but they really aren't easy to achieve, especially because in South Africa we have such a diverse economic standing at the moment.
Thank you, Taylor. Samantha.
Thank you. My name is Samantha, as Guna said. I also am a part of the Nelson Mandela Foundation. My question is for Murendi. It was very insightful. Your inputs were very insightful around the work that you've done in different provinces and different departments. But I was wondering if you would be able to elaborate on why the initiatives that you are maybe a part of or have seen, such as Day Zero, have been working really well in areas with people that are elite or the working class, but haven't really reached the people in townships or villages. And if you could expand on why that hasn't been as effective and how it could then be more effective and could reach more people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samantha. Our last question is Nteye.
Thank you very much. So firstly, I think I just needed to make a comment to the gentleman. I think he's stepped away in terms. Oh, there he is. Yeah, I think yours was a very, very interesting question. And I think the analogy I can use is one that my dad used to tell me a long time ago, which was a drowning man can hang on to a snake to stay afloat. So what's happening at the moment is that climate change is impacting organizations to a point of potentially threatening their resilience. So we have got an opportunity here where organizations consider themselves to be that drowning man, meaning, how many opportunities therefore, or how then do we look at opportunities to stay afloat as businesses? I mean, if you consider the floods in Durban, just the impact to businesses, if you consider every time there's a drought, and the impact is multifaceted. It's not just on the assets that a company keeps, but it's also on disposable incomes. So as financial institutions, as you can imagine, the policies that people write with us are dependent on their bottom line, how liquid they are. So the moment there's, one of the speakers here talked about food price inflation. The moment you've got food prices go up, immediately it means that it impacts companies like ourselves. So what essentially I think I see happening, or how I see the role of academia, is that typically from a business perspective, what we get is very sort of one-time initiative. Somebody comes and says, I've got this project, can you help me out? And then let me apply for funding. And I think academia has got a role of defining the framework for collaboration. So I think, if somebody can come up in academia and say, guys, here's this big idea where all companies with resources can almost pool their resources together, for the big creative ideas that will make a difference on water resources, food security, all of these, I think, topical things we've talked about. So I think my challenge to Dr. Bruce there is perhaps a program that defines a framework for how SDG number 17 can actually be actualized, not in pockets of, we talk about a partnership, it's only Old Mutual and Nelson Mandela. How can this partnership be used by somebody else? Almost like, I think in software they call it open source. How do you open source a framework for collaboration? And I think, academia can play a big role there. I had a question here, I think it was around what is it that Old Mutual is doing. So I think, firstly, there was something mentioned here. Our partnership with the Nelson Mandela University has supported 10 ECDs in terms of, I think we call it food. I want to call it the beginning of food security, per se. So, the question is, what are we doing as an institution? Definitely, first of all, we are participating in small initiatives. But this is just one example that I'm saying. How do we open source that contribution we make to make it much more broader, not just for Old Mutual, but for the greater society, since it's a broader problem. We also are involved in initiatives that allow small farmers to give them access to markets. So we've got actually initiatives here in the Eastern Cape where we're working with small farmers, because one of the biggest challenges that small farmers have is, how do I approach a big Woolworths if I'm a small farmer? How then do I sell to a big institution? So one of the initiatives that we've got brings together small-scale farmers so that they can pool their products together, and then we can use that to sell to big institutions that then market them through. But then, of course, we're also as an institution investing in the green economy massively. I think if you do take time today, you can read some of our results that were announced earlier today, and you'll see that we've spent an enormous amounts of resources over the last year investing in the green economy. That's the broader ESG subject. So thank you. I hope I've answered.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to give Morendi a chance to respond. Then we'll finish off with. yeah. Then Bruce will speak to Taylor's question. Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, I was going to answer the last question because this is something that I've also been thinking about in the day zero. Look, for that one, it's actually quite simple for me. In communities that we come from, in Cape Town, day zero has been the realities of our lives, even before whatever that year was, 2017, right, or 2018. Day zero has always been a part of our lives. So campaigns like that are not really appealing to us because we've been suffering from day zero. That's number one. Number two, the concept or the question around climate change feels very foreign or disconnected from us because of the fact that we again have this bread and butter issues in where we just obviously want to get the next meal, or we're applying for jobs, where it almost feels like climate change and some of these difficult topics are a little bit divorced from us. So the question is, what do we do therefore in our communities to ensure that we can speak to people to understand and also to come along in this journey? The Just Transition journey is also a good example of that. And I think for me, the best example is Water Champions, and Bruce was talking about our Water Champions program. For me, what I see as a success for Water Champions is our Water Champions. These are people that come from those communities that are getting not just skills, but also they feeling the ownership of this problem. They're feeling that them owning the problem and then owning the solution and the economics of the solution assist them to talk about it better and to own it better. So we find that in all the communities that our Water Champions stay in, because they already have the skills, the knowledge, the ownership of the solution, the ownership of the technology and the economics that come from that, they can talk about it better and they can embrace it a little bit more. So the solution is local solutions to local problems, number one. African solutions to African problems. So we need to be addressing the solutions at the most localized scale as much as possible. So much so that the problem needs to feel like only I can fix this problem to an extent. Only I can fix this problem, and only me in my community can fix this problem. And that's sort of our idea of how we can bring communities along, making every single person feel like they're part of the problem, number one, part of the solution, number two, and they can benefit from the economics that come out of that solution as well. So Water Champions are making money from water provision in their communities. If we're going to create some revenue, some economic, some behavior change, it's going to come from the communities first. The communities themselves will need to love it first. They need to feel it first. And they need to understand that, we're coming along on this journey as well. So I hope that sort of answers the question. You don't seem, yeah?
So I don't know if you did respond to that and I just didn't catch it, but like actual tangible, because it sounds like you have such a rich background of experience of the actual work that's happening on the ground.
So the biggest learning is that it's the Water Champions. So these are the guys that come from all these 9 provinces. These are the people that go back and talk about the solutions in their communities. These are the people that go back and talk about the day zero, the impact, the effects, and all these things, and not us. It shouldn't be coming from us in these rooms. We gather the information, we gather the skills, but the solution and everything should be coming from the community. So the Water Champions themselves own it, and they go back to their communities to talk about it. So I find that when it's people that come, that look like me, that sound like me, that come from the same place as me, I listen more. I can embrace it more, I can understand it more. And all our Water Champions are very diverse group of people. And it's much more easier to relate with them than other people. And in many instances, it's much easier to relate to them than even with me. When I'm in the Eastern Cape, I can't speak Xhosa, for example. It's the Water Champions that are here that are able to translate the message and convey the message and get the ownership of the solution from Zwide. It's Upesta that is able to do that instead of me. So for me, the biggest learning is that I probably have an idea, but I don't have the solution. The solution lies with Pesta in Zwide.
Thank you very much, Bruce. Jaco, is that So sorry, is that a question or
No, it's not a question, it's action.
action?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Action.
Great.
A lot of us spoke about action today, and most actually heightened the source of resources, especially zaga, imali, money, right? Now, I'm not sure if you're aware, but just to add to what my colleague has just highlighted, that we are practically on the ground assisting with funding. If you've heard of Masisizane Fund, Masisizane is an in Nguni language, right? It means to assist or help each other. Now, Masisizane was started by Old Mutual, and it exists to partner with small, medium, micro. Well, we don't like to call small, but in terms of us understanding the impact of this, I mean, we see this as a partnership. So those of you who are interested, please Google Masisizane Fund, and you can actually apply for business financing from 250,000 to 20 million, 20. And when we speak about action and partnering for real solutions to also one of your questions, this is it. I mean, the fund looks at predominantly disadvantaged people, right? Such as women, youth, those that are not able to work for themselves or that we'll call disabled, which they are not disabled at all, as well as those coming from geographical areas that have previously been disadvantaged, such as rural, peri-urban, and so forth. So that's an action for you, right? Questions have been coming to business and the university, but an action then for you is to go research. We're in university, so go research about Masisizane and apply. That's it.
Thank you very much, Bruce.
So I think, Chairperson, to Taylor's question is that I think we have to remain cognizant of that fact, Taylor, that we are operating within a macro environment that might not be very developmental friendly to the majority of people in the world. And that's why I like the idea of alternative modeling, so that we're not static, and we're even thinking of what are some of the models that we should be thinking about that can be truly responsive to some of the challenges faced by most of the communities. Because you see, like Jaco, even that application is problematic for our communities who do not have access. And so now I must punt my university chairperson, is that we've created a program called the Hubs of Convergence. That Hubs of Convergence now is exactly doing that, almost becoming a conduit for communities to access the basic tools needed to participate in a broader conversation. Because you'll find it will be the emerging, the elite class that will be applying for you, because there's access to that resources and actually widening that gap. So we have to think creatively on systems that will give a broader base access to that, while we are struggling on multiple fronts, because it requires, I think, multiple struggles in business, in civil society, to tackle the complexity of, I think, the carnage of capitalism to some extent. On our communities and our societies, but really think creatively in developing these parallel, complementary, reforming systems that can make sure that many of us get access to this. And I like on the way then of action, chairperson, is that Nelson Mandela is going to pioneer a community engagement qualification, and we want to register this qualification with SAQA, which will allow Mama, Oyama, the only we pushing that the only criteria for application is your commitment to want to transform your community, so that we recognize people in meaningful ways. Not everyone is anxious to get a PhD and make sure some of the PhDs, what we're discussing with Mama Lillian, are locked up somewhere in the library. It was my first question I got. Where are all the PhDs and masters here? This is such a great place, higher education. Why do we still have these issues? And so how do we make people's knowledges recognizable, acknowledgeable, while they are transforming society? So that's what we're piloting this year with 4 other universities across the globe, so that the people's actual work is recognized as a qualification. People can graduate with pride. Morendi, as a water champion, because you've also contributed to a moment of transformation in your community as well. But Taylor, these things are complex. I think, so we suggest that these things are, as the Deputy Vice Chancellor said, they are messy, but now the scientific name, colleagues, is complex, but we call them messy. They are non-linear, not from point A to point B. If our work, and colleagues know in our section, if it doesn't look like this, it's problematic. It means you're not dealing properly. There's an element missing in that work. Our responsibility now is then to show how do we develop frameworks and scholarship around that messiness. How do we ensure that process becomes more important than output? How do we have significant milestones we can assess in moving towards the output? Because we suggest that those milestones actually then demonstrate real change in communities. But we're normally waiting for the ball to stand. But in between, those colleagues have unlocked negotiations with SMMEs. They have now a process to negotiate with SMMEs in a way that can make them feel included, not excluded, and then wanting brown envelopes for a community development project. That's an important milestone in order to get to the ball. So that's why we suggest that every moment is a learning moment. And the best learning moments are the tough ones. I think we are moving away from that. We still want the boardroom type of solutions. If we don't bleed, I don't think we're doing our work properly. But we have to do that work in spite, because, you know, one of the students historically said, you must be under no illusion, you know, when we negotiate with students, that the fact that you were director at the university has been on the back of the blood of other people. If there was no blood, you wouldn't have been director. What are you doing now with your responsibility? You're not facing bullets. What are you doing now? So those are the things that haunt you when you work at the university, chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Bruce. And that, ladies and gentlemen, takes us to the last person who will come to the podium, Mr. Gashwal Brooks, for the closing. Thank you.
Thanks for that. So I volunteered to do the closing because I want to do a slightly unconventional closing, if you don't mind. I mean, I think first and foremost, and I don't trust those cue cards anymore, because I looked up, it said 10 minutes. 2 seconds later, I look up, it says 5 minutes. So, but very quickly, obviously I want to thank every single panel member, every single keynote address, Mr. Nelson Mufu's video that we received today, every single question asked, every single comment made. I think all of you deserve a round of applause. Thank you. But in closure, the one thing that stands out for me, and it's something that we've been talking about from the beginning all the way to the end. Mum Lillian brought it up. You, Bruce, now in your contribution, you raised it. To a large extent, you've been raising it as Old Mutual, and that is this issue of collaboration. Dr. Masiteng from the UN raised it. It's the 17th SDG. We can call it different names, but it's collaboration. And the issue, and I'll give you an example, and Mum Lillian, I hope you don't mind me using you as an example. Mum Lillian, I didn't meet her in Kabeja. We went to Cape Town last year. She's running a beautiful site. It's across from a center that deals with GBV. Survivors of GBV. In fact, at some stage I needed a bathroom, but proceedings were happening, and I thought, okay, there's a building. Doors open. I popped over quickly and I asked, can I use the bathroom? And the receptionist tells me, no, I'm sorry, you need to get out. Men are not allowed here. Because the women that are in the center have been traumatized by men. And then, I understood it. So, and then we spoke to Mum Lillian before that, as we're walking now through the garden and looking at what she's managed to put together, along with her team. And there's a section where there's a roof next to you. It's a wall, and then there's a roof. And Mum Lillian tells me, no, the ones that are gangsters, sometimes when the guys are getting into their situations, they jump on that roof, and they fire randomly. Because Mum Lillian is not in cushy, quaint suburbia. She's in the middle of the Cape Flats, where things are rough. I remember I took a phone call. I stood outside on the road, and the guard there was like, my brother, come back, please. What are you doing? They'll take your phone. So what I'm saying is that these are the communities that we work within. Now, I'm not going to speak on Mum Lillian's behalf, but one of the things that she spoke to me about, we heard about today, and that was aquaponics. Aquaponics. Using fish and the fertilizer, and then how it works, and I'm sorry for my very basic explanation. Fish eat, they poop, the water runs into the roots of the plant, it filters it out, that water goes back for the fish are still happy, but more importantly, the plants are also happy because the plants manage to get nutrients from the fish. And the reason why I know this is because, and I said it earlier, I have way too many aquariums than what I should have. Nomatlozi rolls her eyes every single time I talk about this, because every time I hear about aquaponics, I get very excited. It's something I wish I could roll out on. And it's something that we should invest in, because guess what? Those fish don't just live in the water, and you're not keeping them just as pets. You can grow out those fish. That's another source of protein. So while you're growing carrots, you could be growing fish as a form of protein. And I think the one thing that we can agree on as South Africans, at least from my experience, is we don't eat enough fish. So that's another source of protein. It's another opportunity. But the biggest problem is that, and this is unfortunately a case of broken promises. Not broken promises, but yet to be closed or completed promises. I promised Mum Lillian, we have to get this thing off the ground because of what you've managed to achieve thus far. And the only way that we're going to be able to achieve that is through this thing we call collaboration. Because as a foundation, we don't have the money. The university's expertise is not in dispensing monies. As business, you're not just in the business of earning money and then it immediately shoots out, right? And I like the fact that we must also be honest with ourselves. It is an investment. And an investment case needs to be built. And the only way that that investment case is ever built is through this thing of collaboration. Because how do we then minimize the risk that you face as an insurance company? Because the risk that you're facing as an insurance company is not only in the shape and form of climate change and people losing their homes, et cetera, et cetera. It's every single time someone claims because their car's been stolen, their house has been broken into. And what is the source of that crime? The crime all too often is not a source of people just being greedy and lazy and no, it's because of depressed economic circumstances. People do not see opportunity. And they will say, no, it's drugs. Yes, it is drugs. But why would someone literally wake up in the morning and say, today I'm going to do some heroin on Yaupe, as opposed to being productive within my community? Because that possibility and that understanding of what production and being productive means is sometimes way too hard or unachievable. So the issue is that for me, what today represents, because I've been part of many panel discussions, I've worked long enough to be part of seminars and discussions, and there were panels and there were keynote addresses, and even in planning those, sometimes and yes, Murendi, you had a tough job because you were after lunch. And sometimes those after lunch panels are the ones that everyone naps through. And then we wake up when the closing gets done. But today, from beginning to end, I tracked it and I was interested to hear what everyone had to say. Everyone brought value to this thing. Everyone had something important to say. So what my challenge is, in all honesty, no matter what the circumstances are and the whatever, We're having teas and coffees and lunchtime chats, and it's going to continue tomorrow. My question is, again, Mam Lillian, I'm going to look at you. How do we solve Mam Lillian's problem? Because we would have achieved something if we leave here. And I'm not, and let's not all look at Old Mutual right now, right? There's many players in the room. The question is, if we leave here and Mam Lillian goes back to the Cape Flats and she says, this is what I'm able to do now. This is how I'm able to grow this thing. Then we've achieved something. If our colleagues from, and I say colleagues because they've been part of this process, Bruce has alluded to this, and maybe we should actually dig deep into this. What does that level of community engagement mean in Zwede? Because I came here and I was surprised. I was sitting in this very venue. And I was like, wow, is this what's been going on here? When you talk about SMMEs within the community, we're not talking about just small scale businesses. We're talking about people saying, listen, you're not putting up anything until such time that X amount of money gets handed over to us. And then the whole thing comes to a screeching halt. And now we have to develop, my thinking was we're going to set up a borehole and leave. Klar. No. A year later, we're negotiating, and new skills and new things have been done. Things that weren't budgeted for, by the way. They weren't. But now we have a whole new skill set. So what I'm saying is that for me is what that means. That is success. That we walk away with tangibles. And it doesn't have to be tomorrow, but at least let's be able to say these are the tangible things that we've managed to do. Because then we've made a difference. I thank you. We hope to do that tomorrow again, right? Final word is thank you for today.